to get some. She's up all night for good fun. I'm up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to the sun. We're up all night to get some. We're up all night for good fun. We're up all night to get lucky. 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 We're up all night to get lucky.
Dein Glas ist leer, doch im Keller ist noch mehr. Ah, 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 ah.
되게 뭐여서 무슨 표정 도루다 다이가 저르도 내 보는 건랑 맞는다 이봉아 내가 뭐여서 무슨 표정 도루다 어떤 건랑 어떤 내 보는 건랑 맞는다 이봉아 내가 뭐여서 무슨 표정 도루다 시간을 젖어가면
Şeriyem der adam Oran tangdım marjanlar meleri şerşe Aң мен аралбатын Қанға дұлы olsun Орай құрай Şerşe
Я пришел дать эту песню. Я пришел дать эту песню. Я пришел дать эту песню. Chandram Bendram. Chandram Bra Bra Chandram Chandram Bendram. Сначала вспомнялась встать. За первыми шагами до куртной мачты нашла под блоком, вольным кроком. Я кишпаю с поды фамилиями под ногим. Сначала вспомнялась встать. За первыми шагами до куртной мачты нашла под блоком, вольным кроком. Я кишпаю с поды фамилиями под ногим. Сначала вспомнялась встать. За первыми шагами до куртной мачты нашла под блоком, вольным кроком. Я кишпаю с поды фамилиями под ногим. Сначала вспомнялась встать. За первыми шагами до куртной мачты нашла под блоком, вольным кроком. Я кишпаю с поды фамилиями под ногим. Chandra, Chandra, stash, 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 stash. Chandra, 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 Chandra,
Det är det enda ni gör på dagarna. Ni sitter i där ventrilo och spelar Dota.
Vi sitter här i väntan och spelar lite Dota.
I hear you, man.
Vi sitter här i väntan och spelar lite Dota.
I feel you, man.
Vi sitter här i väntan och spelar lite Dota och pushar på och smeker med motståndet vi leker. Vi sitter här i väntan och spelar lite Dota och springer runt och creepar och motståndet vi slipar.
Let's get it on.
Vi sitter här i väntan och spelar lite Dota och pushar på och smeker med motståndet vi leker. Vi sitter här i väntan och spelar lite Dota och springer runt och creepar och motståndet vi slipar. Vi sitter här i väntan och spelar lite Dota och pushar på och smeker med motståndet vi leker. Vi sitter här i väntan och spelar lite Dota och springer runt och creepar och motståndet vi slipar.
Have one on the house.
Vi sitter här i väntan och spelar lite Dota.
I hear you, man.
Vi sitter här i väntan och spelar lite Dota.
I feel you, man.
Vi sitter här i väntan och spelar lite Dota.
That's more like it.
Vi sitter här i väntan och spelar lite Dota.
Excellent choice.
Vi sitter här i väntan och spelar lite Dota och pushar på och smeker med motståndet vi leker. Vi sitter här i väntan och spelar lite Dota och springer runt och creepar och motståndet vi slipar.
Let's get it on.
Vi sitter här i väntan och spelar lite Dota och pushar på och smeker med motståndet vi leker. Vi sitter här i väntan och spelar lite Dota och springer runt och creepar och motståndet vi slipar. Vi sitter här i väntan och spelar lite Dota och pushar på och smeker med motståndet vi leker. Vi sitter här i väntan och spelar lite Dota och springer runt och creepar och motståndet vi slipar.
happy.
If it could break the sound barrier, falling out of a window shouldn't be able to break it. I told you not to touch it! You built it all wrong! Did you even read the directions? It didn't fly for 1 second. It's not my fault if you made a plane that can't fly. I told you not to touch it!
Every day when you're walking down the street, and everybody that you meet has an original point of view. And I said, hey, what a wonderful kind of day, if you can learn to work and play and get along with each other. You gotta listen to your heart, listen to the beat, listen to the rhythm of the street. Open up your eyes, open up your ears, get together and make things better by working together. It's a simple message, and it comes from the heart. Believe in yourself, 'cause that's the place to start. I said, hey, what a wonderful kind of day, if you can learn to work and play and get along with each other.
Stepped into the building, changes swinging on my neck, cold rings in my fingers, summon on my wrist, tucked into my waist, little semi with a clip, big glass of the Bombay, take a little sip like, vintage sticks, little blast from the past, cold rings click when I pass in the club, just stepped into the building, show a little face, and I'm back on the road like,
Dubai trips on a jet plane, bar railings for the watch and the neck chain. Don't want drinks, wanna land, I'm a sip of chai tea, 'cause the fly give me neck pain. Mumbai go for the way she's smiling, I had a notch on a bed frame. Italian suede in the seats of the brand new motor, quick little squirt of the
Hagerwood, ooh from Mozambique, got a tailor suit with the bros on feet, I'm in Casablanca, blind Jack, I ran with the AC blood in the driver's seat. Talk to the platinum hands in my timepiece, boy, 'cause the face ain't listening. Shining, glistening, look at these diamonds, dance while I stepped inside of the building. Changes swinging on my neck, gold rings in my fingers, summon on my wrist, tucked into my waist, little semi with a clip, big glass of the Bombay, take a little sip like, vintage sticks, little blast from the past, gold rings click when I pass in the club, just stepped into the building, show a little face, and I'm back on the road like,
quick neck down to the strip, got gold in my wrist and a side bag packed full of clips. Strapping up my back, would get that lit, then pass that round to the left like this. Smoke in my lungs, toting a gun, I can never be broke, got a load of the funds. Cash in the bank, antiques in the yard, make money when I speak, you're lucky I don't charge.
right bigger than a bar, big dough, time ticking on the mile, wristwatch, need a break from the bar, chip shop, side chick sitting in the car, worth pissed off. Let me tell you something, bad boys like us, we ain't here for the chit chat. You can tell we ain't here for the games by the way we look when the boys stepped into the building. Changes swinging on my neck, gold rings on my fingers, summon on my wrist, tucked into my waist, little semi with a clip, big glass of the Bombay, take a little sip like, vintage sticks, little blast from the past, gold rings click when I pass in the club, just stepped into the building, show a little face, and I'm back on the road like.
That's Hey, it's Hot Dad.
All right, let's let tonight's performance.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back. There we go. That's more like it. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. It's Wednesday. It's Welcome Back Wednesday. Yeah. Walla Walla, thank you for the 20... Oh, wait, no, that's your username. Thank you for the 9 months. I was about to thank you for 23 months. You almost had me there. Welcome back, everybody. We've got a presentation today. We really went all in on the questions yesterday. We had a lot of questions in the box yesterday. I lost count, but it was quite a few. But today, we've got a presentation. Just take a look at this. How does this sound? Just taking a look at this page. Today we're going to be talking about a topic that I personally find to be very important. Today we're going to be talking about revolutionary optimism. It's a way of reigniting hope when everything feels hopeless. There are iguanas everywhere at this resort, and it freaks my mom out. I find them adorable. I need iguana pictures. Also, you should pick one up and chase her around with it. Welcome in, everybody. How are we feeling today? Curious to find out what makes it revolutionary? If you want a sneak peek, the slides are available. But if you can wait, we'll talk about it. But if you just can't help yourself and you want to take a peek, exclamation slides in the chat. We'll get you a copy. But no, I'll tell you anyway. We'll go into more detail later, but the basic idea here is that if you live in a world where you are made to feel hopeless, if on a social, systemic level they do not do much of anything, if anything at all, to inspire hope within you, they want you to be hopeless. And so, to be optimistic is a form of protest. You are doing what the system does not want you to do. That is protest. So that's what we're talking about today. We're going to be talking about revolutionary optimism. Robin, thank you for the 14 months. Thank you. I'm just trying to do all that I can to prepare you. Okay? I'm just trying to do what I can to prepare everybody. Because I've noticed a lot of people can kind of feel a bit seasonally affected. I've encountered a lot of people who feel pretty hopeless that anything's gonna get better. So we're gonna do what we can to prevent that burnout. I've got a cat here today. I have a cat here today on my desk. We were talking about using channel points to gamble. We could do that. We could gamble which cat is on the desk. I'll give it a while too. I'll give it like 10 minutes. As long as I don't stand up in front of the camera. I have that seasonal depression, but based off of pattern recognition, I'm not worried about it because in a few months it will be better anyway. Exactly. So now that you're at that point, let's take it one step further. I can recognize that for the next few months, I'm going to be inside more. There are things that are going to happen conditionally because of this. So now I can be more prepared for it. And in some instances, I can even take advantage of it. It's a great time to practice your soup recipes. It's a nice time to get cozy and catch up on your favorite shows. Or to get around to those games that have been sitting in your Steam backlog since 2015. If it actually was Syndra on the desk, whoever voted Syndra is getting a huge payout. If it actually is Syndra. She's such a rare sighting. It's like, that's the long shot bet. Been learning to make bread? Nice. How do you feel about making sourdough? Making a sourdough starter is not that hard. It's like having a little pet yeast colony. And then you grow it, and then after a week, it's ready to start making bread with. I have a sourdough brewing on the counter as we speak. Let's go. So you make a bread, and then you make a bread bowl, and then you put the soup into the bread bowl. That's peak winter behavior. Going to order a sourdough starter, you only need like flour and water. It's really that it's very simple. I'm like, don't spend a whole bunch of money. Like, if you can find something that's cheap, like, fine, go for it. That's great. If it's affordable for you, that's fine. But what I'm saying is, like, medieval peasants could do this. Starting a sourdough starter is pretty simple. All that you're doing is allowing the yeast that exists naturally within flour, preferably like whole grain flour. You'll have more luck if you start off with some whole grain flour. And you just add water to it. Then you mix it into like a paste. And then the yeast will just rehydrate and they'll start to eat and they'll multiply, and then you feed it every day. You feed it a little bit more flour. But once you get it started, you can start to feed it like regular white flour, that's fine. It just helps to have the whole wheat flour to get it started because it has more of that endogenous yeast than like a bleached white flour would. Not that it couldn't start a yeast colony, but it would probably be more tricky. Yeah, all you need is a big jar with a lid that you can cover but not airtight because you want it to be able to breathe. I always get here right on time. You're actually early today. I was showing this just as a teaser for what today's presentation would be, but you know what? If we don't get any questions in the box, we'll probably just get right to it. Probably just get right into it. gonna be rootin' and tootin' and shootin'. I have a question on how to stay motivated in the cold. The cold is motivating. It motivates you to get warm. The cold is very motivating. It motivates you to stay warm. But realistically though, if you are wanting to be able to acclimate more to the cold, it just takes exposure. That's the frustrating part of it, is it's like, okay, I gotta be up, I gotta be out, I gotta be in the cold so that I can learn to not mind the cold. Because as far as our bodies are concerned, the sensation of cold is pretty similar to the sensation of like physical pain, and so it kind of creates this sense of urgency, this sense of danger, like I need to get out of here, I need to get into somewhere warm, I need to be safe. You know what I mean? What you'll notice though is that cold air, it feels really good to breathe in, as long as it's not too cold. As long as it's not so cold that it stings, but it's that feeling of briskness, you know? It's so prickly and cold, but I like ice plunge after sauna. Now see, you're taking it to the extreme. You're taking it to the, if you're doing like an ice plunge after a sauna, it's like, that's some thermal shock. You're taking it to the, like, if it's cold outside already, you don't even have to like do an ice plunge after going in the sauna. You can just stand outside. I feel like when it comes to the whole like cold exposure thing, there are a lot of people who will like do cold exposure. They'll do ice plunges. They'll do all sorts of stuff. I feel like people take it to a really like intense level. I feel like you can still get benefit from it, from exposing yourself to cold, because there are some benefits to it. It releases dopamine. You might not have to switch entirely to taking cold showers, for example. Like, that's what some people will do. They'll be like, I only take cold showers now because it's better for my brain. It's like, okay, a warm shower is not bad for your brain. Taking a warm shower and then doing a cold rinse afterwards, for example, that can still provide you a benefit. Is it as big of a benefit as taking an entirely cold shower? I don't know. We'd have to hook you up to a machine to see what's going on in your brain and really figure that out. Parents in Nordic countries put their babies to sleep outside in the snow for exposure. It's true. And they say it's actually good for them, too. Let's look up Nordic babies sleeping outside. Not like overnight or anything necessarily, but they will do it like when the baby's napping. It's why I like to go camping when it's chilly outside. You get all bundled up in a sleeping bag, and it's like, it feels nice. It's kind of comforting. Because you generate body heat, and as long as you're insulating it appropriately, you can be outside for a while without any, like, worry. As long as you're not getting, like, wind blown directly on you, as long as you have some sort of protection, it's like, you're fine. What I do in the winter is, if I have to do something outside where I'm only going to be outside for like a minute, I'll normally do it without a shirt on. Like if I'm taking the trash out or something, I'll just do it in my pants. I'll do it in my sweatpants. And I'll just go out there no shirt in the sub-zero temps, and it's like, oh yeah. For a while, it's like it doesn't feel bad. And it's not until the cold starts to really sink in that it really gets you. So I like going for a little cold dip. I don't know if you would catch me doing like ice plunges though, because that's kind of intense. But maybe, I don't know. Now, when you do dive into the cold, it triggers something within you called the cold shock response. And this is normally something that happens if you fall into like very cold water. It causes this like intense like contraction of your body, and like you feel like the air rushes out of you and stuff. And so when you do dip into cold water, it's like you're kind of training yourself out of this cold shock response that you normally would have biologically. Because once the cold shock response starts to fade away, it's like it doesn't necessarily feel bad in the cold water, it just... Anyway. Body is so intelligent. I know, right? Sometimes we forget that we are the byproduct of billions of years of selective evolution. Like, we're pretty well adapted. We have some pretty fancy tools to help us acclimate and survive living in this world. Since we're in cowboy mode today, these are the rules. These are the rules for today because we're in cowboy mode today. So rule number 1, be rootin'. Number 2, be tootin'. Number 3, by God, be shootin'. But most of all, be kind. So if you agree to these rules, can you just give me a 1, 2, 3 to confirm? Just a quick 1, 2, 3 to confirm. All right. We did some gambling. Are you ready, gamblers? Which cat was it on the desk? If you missed this one, don't worry. We might start doing this as a regular thing so that you have something to bet your channel points on. The cat of the day is Poopy. There she is. So congratulations to the Miss Poopy voters. Congratulations. You've won. A few of you went for the long shot with the Syndra bet. That's... Love a long shot, don't we? Sorry for all the beaver betters. Ruined? Uh-oh. Well, don't worry. There's always tomorrow. What do the points do again? Nothing, actually. They do nothing. Holy shit, I'm up to 700k now. Did you get a big payoff? Were you did you choose Miss Poopy? Did you get the big win? Alright, we've got a question in the box. Let's take a look. I know it sounds ridiculous, but after a bad experience with a drink, I got a sort of food tampering fear every time I buy something, especially foods. This also goes for restaurants sometimes. I make sure about checking every detail of the package. The same goes with drinks until I get more confident about consuming it. It used to be really bad where I had like mini anxiety attacks. I don't know if we can call them that. But was entering this panic mode that something bad was going to happen, exactly like last time, and sometimes it gets intense, but in the end I learned that nothing happens. I'm stressed for no reason. I just want to say I can feel the anxiety. I can feel the anxiety even in the way you type. So it's definitely there. I don't think it sounds ridiculous. This is a normal response to having something happen to you. A normal thing to happen is you eat a food and that food makes you sick. As far as your body is consumed, that food was poison. So don't eat that food again. That was poison. You know what I mean? And so your body will protect you as if you are in actual danger in situations where you are not in danger. And so what we're trying to do is get that drive under control. It's the inbuilt protective drive that your body has. It's trying to protect itself from harm. And in this case, it's trying to protect itself from being poisoned. This is a normal thing to do. This is a normal thing to do. However, we also don't want to see it go on indefinitely. We also don't want to see it creating more unnecessary stress. We don't want it to create more stress than it's helping to prevent, you know what I mean? Think about it this way. How long did you go in your life without having to check anything? And in all of those years, something only happened one time. The thing about anxiety behaviors is, if left unchecked, they tend to grow. I'll explain a little bit further. Like, let's say that you have anxiety, and in this case, it's about food tampering. You know, it's about something being wrong with my food being bad, my food being spoiled, you know, potential food poisoning type situations. And so, where can I find a healthy balance? I would say that there's nothing wrong with making sure that anything that you're eating that's out of a sealed container is still sealed. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think that's just a good practice to make sure that you don't eat something that's bad. Now, where we draw the line with what level of inspection do I need to give in order for a food to get a pass? You know, if it's a can, like, I want to make sure the can doesn't have any dents in it. So I'll give it a feel, you know, make sure there's no dents in the can. Okay, that can's good. I don't need to thoroughly inspect every square inch of the can just to make sure that there's not the tiniest little dent that I'm not perceiving, because that's extreme and that's overdoing it. And so we're trying to find a healthy balance with our anxiety, because a little bit of anxiety, it's not a bad thing. It helps to protect you. It helps keep you safe. It's making sure that you're not eating bad food, but we don't want it ruining our day. We don't want to spend so much time and effort and energy on making sure that nothing's going wrong, that it leaves us feeling overwhelmed. Go ahead and take a look at the rest. Sometimes I feel ashamed because when I contact people I love, I don't want to bother them with this, so I mostly rely on myself to soothe. And this could take 3 to 4 hours at worst, or of internal stress, and then it goes down. But yeah, right now I still have some of these, and I don't know if you got any advice for these. It's okay to talk to your friends. It's okay to talk to your loved ones. We're not in this all alone, all right? We aren't. We have each other to depend on. And so if there's something in your life that you're going through that you need to talk to somebody about, open up to them, talk to them. The more supports you have in life, the easier life will be. It might surprise you just how many people have been through something similar. You know, I've had moments in my life where I ate something and it made me sick, and then I never wanted to eat that food again. The smell of that food would make me feel sick. And it's just something that our body does. It remembers that taste, that smell, and it associates it with danger. When it comes to calming down our anxiety, there's a few ways that we can do that. We can pause, take a few deep breaths, provide ourselves with some positive affirmations. You know, that way it's not taking hours to get through these things. I did do some exposure work by buying myself some bottled water, and yes, although I still check there's a click and visual change from before and after with a picture, then relax a bit more and gradually been better, but mostly wanted to ask about dealing with these stress episodes and regulating myself. Thank you. Good work, doing some exposure. And like I said, I don't think that there's anything wrong with like checking the seal on something before you eat it and open it, right? I also think that trying to, remind yourself of the reality of the situation can be helpful in those moments. Thinking about how, all right, so let's say I have a bag of chips. I have a bag of chips and I come home and I say, oh, there's a tiny little hole. It just looks like there's a little tear. It doesn't look like anything chewed on it. It doesn't look like a mouse got in there or something. It just like maybe it got torn on something. I don't know. It's just a little hole. Realistically, the worst thing that would probably happen is that the chips got stale because there was a hole in the bag. We're always opening stuff whenever it comes into our home. The only real concern here is that someone maliciously opened it and put something into it, or some type of contaminant got into it because it was open, or some type of pest got into it. It's the odds of someone intentionally tampering with food to harm a person is incredibly low. You probably have a better chance of winning the lottery. I'm not sure what the actual odds are, but they're probably close. What do you think? I also like to remind myself that most food comes from the ground anyway, so if I'm worried that it's just dirty, it's okay, well, can I rinse it off? Can I wash it off? It's it already grew in the dirt anyway. I think a good way to combat food contamination anxiety is to really educate yourself about how contamination happens and what is and isn't a big risk factor. Yes. Because there are some things that are bigger risk factors than others, and there are some things that you might not like to think about. There are some things that you might not really like to think about, like why flour is raw, for example. Like why you can't eat raw flour. You need to cook it first. Of the bugs that they grind up. You didn't know that? Well, not to scare anybody, but when you're talking about industrial scale production of stuff, it's impossible to keep all the bugs out. there's a certain tolerable limit of bug in food. I get paranoid about finding bug parts in food. That's just extra protein, brother. That's just extra protein. That's a free bonus. Like, you've got stomach acid. What do you think that thing that you're eating is going to do compared to against the powerful acid in your stomach? What you're really worried about is microbes. Microbes that can survive in the acidic environment of your stomach. Anything else, it's just conceptually gross. Like, ew, a bug. It's like, in reality, it's like, bug. Not that bad. It's just gross. Conceptually, mentally. Something to think about is, why are we more okay with eating creatures that look more similar to us? What's that all about? How come we have an easier time eating a pig, which looks pretty human if you've seen a full-grown adult pig, versus eating a bug that looks nothing like us? It's kind of weird, right? We're all made of the same stuff. Proteins, carbon, same base parts. More worried about rat poop? Just make sure it's thoroughly cooked. Any food that you're opening to eat, as long as you're thoroughly cooking it, it should be okay. With the exception of some sorts of toxins, like the botulism toxin. It's like you can't really cook that out. Which is why you don't want to fuck around with dented cans of tomatoes, for example. I knew somebody who got deathly ill because they had a dented can of tomatoes. They got botulism, and I'm like, all right, I'm checking my tomatoes. Most stuff you can cook out, but there are some things that you cannot cook out, like toxins, for example. Yeah, never use a damaged can of tomatoes. Some other stuff, it's not so bad if it's got a little ding in it, but like tomatoes especially, like, I don't fuck around with that. No thank you. I always pick out dented cans. You know, I've eaten out of dented cans because not all dented cans are dangerous. I like not even like, because a can have a dent but still not be compromised. You need to be worried when there's a substantial enough bit of damage to the can, especially like around the rim of the can. Like, most canned goods are okay, but tomatoes especially are dangerous because I don't know the exact biology of it, but something about tomatoes, one of the bacteria, whenever it dies, it leaves the toxin behind. Like, that's normally how a toxin gets into the food, is like the bacteria reproduces and then the bacteria die, and then you're just left with the toxic byproduct of all of those dead bacteria. Botulism. Anyway. Can you talk about the benefits of routine when it comes to depression? Okay. Yeah, definitely. I'm working to create more routine right now, and while I've noticed it helps once the routine is established, it's hard to start a new habit or add to the routine. I know it's probably harder to do this on active depressive episodes, but I gotta start somewhere. Alright, let's talk about it. So yes, having a good routine, it can be very helpful, especially when you're going through a depressive episode, particularly when that routine was there before the depressive episode. Because having a good routine can play a major role in getting you through a depressive episode unscathed. It creates structure, something for you to cling to. For example, if you have a routine of keeping your room clean, keeping up with your laundry, brushing your teeth, taking a shower, doing the dishes, that's a really big start as far as reducing the conditions for depression to thrive. Like, depression needs ingredients in order to really thrive, and that's one of the ingredients. It's like letting things slide into decay, falling out of those care habits. Starting a new routine from scratch can feel overwhelming and difficult. The best way to do it is to just add one new thing to your existing routine. And if that feels too difficult, find something even simpler. Dial it back a little bit. Break it into smaller steps. Where a lot of people falter is they try to form a new routine and they try to do it all at once. You'll see a lot of this after the start of the new year. You'll see a lot of this where people will have all of these New Year's resolutions and they'll want to, lose a bunch of weight or, get in shape or whatever their goals might be. And so in order to do that, they change their entire routine. All right, I'm going to start waking up at 4 a.m. I'm going to go for a 5-mile run. Then I'm going to meditate for 30 minutes. And then I'm going to go to the gym and lift weights. And then I'm going to drink a protein shake. Have a salad for lunch. You're setting yourself up to fail. You can do all of those things if those are all things that you want to do. But it works a bit more effectively if you just add one of those things at a time. Like if you're wanting to wake up earlier, just start with that. Just start waking up earlier. If you want to start, exercising, add that in. Don't revamp everything. We often set ourselves up to fail because we try to do too much at once. It's more like remodeling a house that you're trying to live in while you're remodeling it, so you can't just tear it all down to the studs. You gotta change one thing at a time. Have something to build off of. Those baby steps add up, especially when it comes to building a routine. So let's take a moment and think about it. Let's try to draw on this question for some empowerment and engagement. What's a small step that you could make? This goes out to all of you in chat, watching the VOD, watching on YouTube. What's one small step that you could make towards adding something new to your routine? I'll give you an example of something small yet tangible. Let's say that your goal for your routine is to have a better habit when it comes to keeping up with your laundry. One small change you could make Instead of putting your clothes just wherever, you know, like maybe you throw them on the bed, maybe you throw them on the floor, maybe there's a pile of them over there on a chair. Put them where they're supposed to go. Any piece of clothing that needs to be washed, there is a place where it should go. Find that place. Maybe it's a laundry basket, maybe it's a hamper, maybe it's a big bag. I don't know. But that's one thing that you can do, and then you can start building up off of that. Whenever the hamper is full, that's time to do laundry. I used to use one of my exercise machines as a clothing rack. The old Depression Special. I have this piece of equipment that I thought would help fix my life by getting physically fit, and here it is, just covered in clothes. We've all been there, my friend. Is it true that Jimmy from Mr. Beast is actually on the Epstein list? I can neither confirm nor deny, but what I will say is that I believe it. I have not heard any information to confirm nor deny these allegations. All that I can say is that I, as an individual, I believe it. I added flossing as a new habit years ago to test if I could stick with something, and I still floss every night. There you go. That's another good example. Your dentist will also love you for it. Your dentist would love it if you flossed more regularly. You know, working on your dental hygiene, taking more showers, that kind of stuff. That's also a really great place to start if you're working on building a better routine. Make sure that all of your physical needs are met. Make sure you're taking good care of yourself. And then expand outwards beyond that. You know, move your way up the hierarchy of needs. Wouldn't he have been way too young? Well, it's Mr. Beast, so he probably has enough money for a time machine, so think about it. Staying hydrated is also huge. I'm working on that one. Hell yeah. He's 27? Really? Then why is it when I look into his eyes, it feels like he's a timeless, ancient horror? Why is that the case? Why is it that when I look into his eyes, it feels like I'm looking into a cold, dark abyss that it transcends beyond space and time? What's that all about? Can you get me on Beast games? I'll see what I can do. I'll pull some strings. I'll call Jimmy. Hey, Jimmy! Did you get my man on Beast games? Also, we need some VIP passes to Beastland in Saudi Arabia. Thought that guy was 40. I thought that he was an eldritch horror from beyond space and time, akin to Nyarlathotep. What do I know? If you struggle to drink water, I also find this helpful. Cork Charm said they got a water bottle with a straw. I find having something with a straw makes it easier for me to drink volumes of water. Also, if you want to drink more water, I would encourage you to drink water that's just not like super ice cold. Anybody who actually drinks water knows that like just like cool water or like even like tepid like room temp water is what you want to go for if you're trying to drink more water. Drinking all that ice cold water, that'll just give you a bellyache. I love ice water. I also love ice water, but not if I'm drinking a large volume of water. Because all of that cold water, it causes your stomach and it causes it to like constrict a little bit, and it can give you a little bit of a cramp. But yeah, no, I do like drinking ice water, if it's like with food especially. But if I'm just drinking water just to drink water, I like it to just be a little cool. I have a straw too, and still not enough for me. Alright. Something that can help to condition a behavior, which is basically what you're trying to do. You're trying to condition yourself to drink more water. One of the things that can help is called anchoring. We need to associate that behavior with something else. And so what's something else that you either do or think or feel many times throughout the day? And we need to start associating whatever that thing is with drinking water. For example, it could be whenever I check my phone, I drink water. Or whenever I feel hungry or feel bored, I'll take a drink of water. I saw on a TikTok that the Rizzler is actually really good at Fortnite, or is it just cap? I don't know, man. I believe in the Rizzler. I think the Rizzler's probably... I don't know what it is about the Rizzler, but it feels like he can do no wrong. So I believe it. What if I forget to anchor? That's normal. You will forget to anchor. But the connection will become stronger the more you continue to practice it. In the beginning, you can expect yourself to be effective. Maybe you're probably lucky if you're effective 30% of the time in the beginning, but you continue to build up on it and you continue to strengthen that association, and then the connection is formed, and next thing you know, you're doing it without even having to think about it. I've also found that depriving myself of other options will help. You know, if water is the only thing I have to drink, I will drink it. But sometimes if I have other options, it's like, I don't know, man. Super Sorcerer has brought up something that I want to talk about. If you are familiar at all with Mr. Beast and any of the stuff that he's done for some of his videos, what you may be unaware of is the things that he's doing in those videos is essentially psychological torture. He is doing things in these videos that it would not ever be permissible to do as an actual psychological experiment for a number of reasons. And so it always blows my mind that he's basically just doing things that any expert would say, like, no, that's harmful to do. You should not do that. You are running the risk of psychological harm to this participant. But he's a YouTuber. He's got no oversight. He can get away with it. But if he were like an actual psychologist trying to conduct an experiment, there's no way. I wonder how many times Mr. Beast has violated the Geneva Convention. That's a good question. But he's giving them money so it's all okay? No, that's actually the worst part about it. That's the worst part about it, because when you do psychological experiments on people, one of the things that you should not do is offer them a bunch of money, because then they will be willing to do things that would be even more harmful to them because of the payoff. And so you're not allowed to pay people, like, you're allowed to, like, you might be allowed to get paid like a small stipend if you participate in some sort of study, but it's normally like very basic and minimal. It's not like you're getting anything all that spectacular. Like, you can get paid for being in like a medical study and they pay you for your time and that kind of stuff. But like telling somebody like, we'll give you $10,000 for every day you stay locked inside this dark room, it's like, you can see why that could be damaging to somebody. They might be willing to stay much longer, and they might be willing to endure a lot more pain and suffering because of that payoff. And it might cause them a great deal of damage. We're not even like being extreme when we say that Mr. Beast is violating the Geneva Conventions. Like, these like solitary confinement shit that he'll do, it's like, that's literally against the Geneva Convention to do. Anyway. Anyway, if you were to ask me, Mr. Beast is representative of everything that is terrible about the internet and capitalism, and I just can't wait until he's no longer able to do harm. But he gave a lot of money to the guy who stayed on the burning building for the longest, and that makes it okay. You got paid. I believe that Mr. Beast would be like, how many of your family members am I willing to execute? I will give you $100,000. I've got your whole family lined up here, and I'm gonna... No. Mr. Beast is a psychopath. He's only concerned with, like, views and money and, you know, I don't know. As much as I hate capitalism, I feel like we're going to be waiting for him not to be relevant for a long time. Like, well, I feel like he's already losing his relevancy in the United States, but he's really popular overseas. built a theme park in Saudi Arabia? Beastland? Why'd you build it in Saudi Arabia, Jimmy? I think sociopath is a better term. That's correct. I should have said sociopath. I called him a psychopath, but psychopaths are a bit more in your face with it. He's more sociopathic, like a politician would be. Less psychopathic, like an axe-wielding murderer would be. He also did the Feastables and the children's Lunchables thing, the Feastables. I'm just like, who is this unregulated sociopathic war criminal, and why are they making food for children? How bad is brain rot? Pretty bad. It's getting pretty bad. I don't want to. It's getting pretty bad. When we say brain rot, I'm thinking, content that is just stripped away of all nutritional value, kind of like fast food. It's like the fast food of content. It's just full of fat and grease and carbohydrates and processed sugars. Do you think Jimmy from Mr. Beast is friends with Ninja? I've asked Ninja about Mr. Beast and he said he never met him. So, I can't say. Brain rot. Brain rot's pretty bad. It's had a pretty significant impact on people as well. It's made our attention spans worse. It's made our media literacy worse. It's made the consumption of disinformation worse. So is Mr. Beast what is wrong with society, or has society created Mr. Beast? Society enabled Mr. Beast to become what he is. He was a byproduct of society, but he was nurtured and raised by that same society. So, chicken, egg, I don't know. I feel like it'd be a psychopath because sociopaths are less calculating about it. The way that I define, okay, so just to be clear, terms like psychopath and sociopath aren't used within like a clinical context. They're more of just a way that people are able to talk about antisocial behaviors. And when we say sociopath, we normally mean somebody who doesn't care how they make other people feel. Other people are basically just like objects to them. You see a lot of like politicians, CEOs, people like that tend to be pretty sociopathic. On the flip side, psychopathy tends to imply a little bit more volatility in the person's behavior because they would also be experiencing an accompanying psychosis. society created the beast. Do you think Mr. Beast is the Antichrist? I don't know. I just think it's kind of funny to like rile up conservative Christians and being like, his name is Mr. Beast. He's trying to sway your children. He's trying to feed them processed foods and get them to spend money on his YouTube. I thought Peter Thiel was. Peter Thiel, he's in the running. You know, knowing America, it'll only be a matter of time. You know, if the Antichrist is to come around, they'll probably make a reality show out of it. And they'll probably, like, narrow down the contestants as they work to find out who the true Antichrist is. Peter Thiel's definitely in the running. Anyway, brain rot's bad, but thankfully we've got the cure. We've got the cure. We are the cure for brain rot. Welcome to the brain domain. What's the cure? Oh, here, this place. We are the anti-brain rot. Fact check me. From what I've learned over time, psychopaths present a bit more biological. For the most part, yes. For a lot of people, it's like, I'll give you an example, like somebody who was like criminally violent from the time they were a child, not even due to like trauma or anything. This was just kind of like, there was just something in their biology that made them like impulsive, chaotic, disruptive, and in some cases even violent. Whereas sociopathy does have a more, like, the reason why sociopathy is more environmental is because a person can recognize, like, if I am going to climb the social ranks, it's to my benefit to engage in specific, calculated antisocial behaviors. You know, throwing a colleague under the bus so that you get the promotion instead of them, and that kind of stuff. Can that be changed, or are we unable to do that yet? Somebody who's like, and keep in mind, this type of person is very rare. This isn't like, most of the time people who are suffering from like really significant mental illness or like antisocial traits, a lot of it's due to trauma. However, some people are just, for reasons, you know, they're just born that way. It might be due to a defect in their physical brain. You know, like they might not have the activity in their frontal cortex that allows them to have that executive functioning. Or they might have, you know, an enlarged amygdala, or they might have like a glandular issue, or any number of types of things that can cause intense behavioral disruptions due to a biological feature. Bros, all amygdala, no cortex. Now that's a sick burn. Now that's a sick burn if you're hanging out at a psychology conference. Some of the biological things can even happen later in life, like they might not even be something that you're born with. For an example, back in the 1970s, there was a a guy who climbed up in a tower at a Texas university and started shooting people. And he left a note that said that there was something wrong with his brain, and they wanted him to have his brain examined after he was, after like in an autopsy. And what they found was that he had a tumor in his brain that was pushing against his amygdala. So sometimes it's something that you're born with because of like just a defect of biology. That can happen. Sometimes it's something that can happen almost randomly just because of nature. You get a tumor in the wrong place. Sometimes it's due to circumstances outside of that, such as in the case of Phineas Gage, the guy who had a big railroad spike blown through his brain and has changed his personality. He became a huge asshole. I know the Rizzler. He's a busy guy. The Rizzler works 25 hours a day. Is a brain tumor different from the symptoms of TBI? That's a good question. A brain tumor can cause symptoms, and it's normally dependent on where the tumor is in the brain. Whatever part of the brain it pushes against or constricts, whatever functioning is associated with that part of the brain that's normally affected by the tumor. Whereas with a traumatic brain injury, it might not be limited to just one region. It could be more internal, and also the methods that your brain has for healing that type of thing is a little bit different. It also depends on the severity of the traumatic brain injury. But no, TBIs can cause any number of different psychological symptoms, which is why it's always something that you want to rule out whenever somebody has these unexplained psychological symptoms. You want to make sure that they didn't, have a brain injury. And that's why they're, suddenly having this. Speaking of a traumatic brain injury, look at what happened to Phineas Gage. Here he is holding a picture of this giant spike. He was working on the railroad, and he was walking around using this big spike to tamp things down on the railroad. And he ended up hitting an undetonated explosive charge, and it sent the entire spike up through his skull. And he survived, but his personality was changed as a result. I have a TBI and it never really noticeably affected me. Yeah, because for some it might not. The brain is remarkably resilient. The brain can do a lot to mend and heal itself. Just look into the concept of neuroplasticity, for example. Your brain has both structural and functional neuroplasticity. That's why, if you're the type of person who does have a brain injury, it's just really important to not get more than one brain injury, because the brain tends to be able to bounce back pretty well from one injury, but what the brain can really struggle to do is to mend itself when it's already damaged if it takes further damage. You start to get the CTE type stuff. Like with people who are boxers or football players. You've probably heard of CTE, chronic traumatic encephalopathy. It's where you've had repeated brain injuries and your brain basically just starts to like crumple. The case of Aaron Hernandez comes to mind. The case of Aaron Hernandez is a great example of how CTE can really violently disrupt a person's behavior. There are also other athletes that it's speculated that CTE might have played a role in some of the violent, like there have been athletes who have been like murderers. There are athletes that have like been violent and harmed people. And it just makes you think how much of it is because of the repeated head injuries that they've sustained in their field. You know, like professional wrestlers, football players, anybody who takes a lot of blows to the head, boxers. Did he get smarter from getting punched in the Brian? No. Well, if it teaches you how to dodge a punch, I guess maybe. You know, if getting a punch thrown at you teaches you how to dodge a punch, that is technically you getting smarter, so... I don't know if getting hit teaches you all that much, though. You learn more from dodging. What's this encephalopathy? Chronic traumatic encephalopathy. It's what happens when somebody has repeated brain injuries, like repeated impact injuries. You see it a lot in like professional athletes, football players, wrestlers. Common symptoms: short-term memory loss, mood swings, despair, agitation, frustration, anxiety, confusion, disorientation, cognitive disturbance, which is a very broad symptom, but it's basically just saying you're not thinking clearly. Must not be fun to have that? Yes. Not at all. Not at all. I remember seeing an article long ago that mild brain damage can cause a short-term increase in specifically mathematics comprehension. Is that why I'm bad at math? My brain is not damaged enough? I don't know, I think it's the other way around. Do you know any movies or shows that accurately portray mental illnesses? Let's try to find a list. Because I can think of some, but I'm sure there's a list online, so let's take a look. There are a few good ones. I've seen a few good ones. Unfortunately, the norm is that like mental illness and therapy and, you know, that like therapy gets a bad rap when it comes to like its portrayal in media. It's like, anyway, mental illness, therapy, they don't often get a very realistic presentation. Let's see what this website... These are movies that were praised for their mental health accuracy. Inside Out. Haven't seen that one, but people have told me good things about this one and its portrayal. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. This one showcased some of the dark sides of institutional mental health care in the United States. Up until, you know, the 70s and 80s, you know, things were pretty dark inside of these institutions. Mozart and the Whale. I haven't seen this one. Love and Life with Asperger's Syndrome. I'd like a movie or show that doesn't portray DID with a violent alter. Is there a violent alter in the United States of Terra? Because when I think of DID in media, I think of stuff like Split, which is like wildly inaccurate. That's more of like a comic book movie. But then you had United States of Terra, which was about a Midwestern woman with DID. And I heard that one was supposed to be pretty good. Probably way over the top. Probably because that's TV. You know. That's TV for you. Oh yeah, Asperger's syndrome, they got rid of that labeling, and now it's just autistic spectrum. What's Eating Gilbert Grape? What's Eating Gilbert Grape had some pretty good representations of what it was like to live in a, like, narcissistic, codependent family arrangement. That one was pretty good. The Babadook. Okay. Yeah, when it talks about stuff like grief and other repressed emotions. I've come across some people who I'm fairly certain are narcissists, but claim they have DID. Is this correlated at all? The only thing that's correlated is that they know psychological terms, but not necessarily what they actually mean. What was that codependent family movie title? What's Eating Gilbert Grape? It was Leonardo DiCaprio's first role, and he plays like a special needs child. And Johnny Depp is his older brother. You know, the thing about narcissistic traits is that many people develop a narcissistic trait as a way of protecting themselves from psychological pain. You know, so you'll see narcissistic traits all over the place. It doesn't mean that everybody's a full-blown narcissist. It's just one of the ways we try to protect ourselves from feeling hurt or feeling shameful. Let's see, some more movies here. Canvas, 2006. I haven't seen this one. I haven't heard of this one. It revolves around a 10-year-old boy whose mother is suffering from schizophrenia. Okay. Okay. Encanto. Haven't seen this one either. Perks of Being a Wallflower. Teenage social dynamics amid PTSD. Ordinary People. This one's from the 80s. The aftermath of a family tragedy and its impact on mental health. Depression, survivor's guilt, those sorts of things. Madness of King George. It's a historical one about an insane king. apparently. Let's find another list. This list feels a little incomplete. Why is my mouse not working? There's a list with 30. I don't know if anybody's heard of these movies. Anyway. Did I miss this presentation? Nope. Nope. We were just talking about some shows and movies that accurately portray mental illnesses. What I've noticed is that it's easier to portray some mental illnesses than it is others. You know, depression, for an example, is normally pretty well represented. Stuff like mania, you know, any type of mood disturbance. Whenever it comes to like psychosis, though, whenever it comes to stuff like schizophrenia, it can sometimes be a little They didn't have Girl Interrupted on this list, which means it's a bad list. Girl Interrupted is another good one. It actually takes place inside of a mental hospital. There's Winona Ryder and little what's her face. It's a pretty good, accurate representation of what it's like to live with BPD. Angelina Jolie, that's the one. Thank you. Have I ever seen Psychosis in good representation? I have, but I'm having a hard time naming any specifically. Because more often than not, what you'll see is you'll see a good representation of the illness, but it's not always the center of like the narrative or the plot of the film. And normally when it is when it's misrepresented. But there are definitely some that are better at it than others. Midsummer. Midsummer is another good representation of what it's like to be in a like toxic relationship and like dealing with grief. Isn't Pi basically about bipolar disorder? I watched Pi in college. It's been a long time since I've seen it, but I remember the guy just becoming, it almost felt like schizophrenia. He was becoming like more and more obsessive, more and more paranoid. I thought that movie was about cults. It is. It's about both. Midsummer has a fantastic representation of what it's like to be in a toxic relationship. The boyfriend in that film is so bad. I heard Silver Linings Playbook. Silver Linings Playbook, the one that Jennifer Lawrence won an Oscar for. That one was a depiction of bipolar disorder. So yeah, there are examples out there, and I feel like in general, it's gotten better. I will say that. I will say that in general, any representation of mental illness tends to be more accurate than it might have been historically. I would say that we've definitely gotten better at presenting it in a more realistic way. You know, it still gets like dramatized for the sake of the content. So do not watch if you're in a fragile mood. I'm in my anti-fragile era. Is Midsommar a horror movie? Yeah, it's a scary film. So it really bothers some people, but I really liked it, so I don't know, maybe I'm just messed up. What's that movie with the dad and the two brothers? Oh, yes. Frailty. I forgot we watched that. Frailty is this movie about a dad, played by Bill Paxton, who thinks he gets a message from God to go out and slay demons that are disguised as humans. And he has to he has two sons that he's like trying to wrangle into this. Psychosis is hard to represent, and I kind of get that. It's true because psychosis can manifest in so many different ways. The thing about psychosis is that you can have 100 people in a room and they could all have psychosis and no two of them are going to look exactly alike. Is there anything that gets a fugue state right? Did you watch Breaking Bad? In Breaking Bad, he doesn't actually have a fugue state, but he fakes one very convincingly. He fakes one very convincingly in order to, like, lie to his family about where he has been for the past few days. What's the difference between psychosis and a depersonalization episode? One way, like, there are a few, but one way to kind of gauge it is how stressful is it? Because detaching from yourself doesn't necessarily have to be stressful. It can actually be something that's kind of relaxing. You know, just kind of, but you want to feel like you have control over the experience, right? It wants to be something that you have agency over, not something that feels like it's happening to you. So while you may see depersonalization in psychosis, you won't necessarily see psychosis in depersonalization. I was specifically thinking Breaking Bad is not counted because he's faking it. Yeah, that's the only, like, I remember watching that episode of Breaking Bad and being like, wow, they're actually talking about a fugue state. I've never heard about that in a show before. I learned about it in school. I knew what it was, but I had never actually seen it represented in media before that. And so I remember just thinking it was very interesting. He puts out a very convincing act of a fugue state. If you're unfamiliar with what a fugue state is, it's kind of just where you're like detached from yourself and you might be kind of like wandering around and you're just kind of like unresponsive. It's just, it can be caused by any number of things like stress, overwhelm, but he has one in the show, and he just like walks into a gas station in his underwear and just like starts spilling stuff, and he's like, where am I? They Look Like People is a good horror movie where the main character has psychosis. Oh, I've seen that one. I forgot about that one. They look like people. Luckily, she was a therapist and she was super good about it. Well, you know what? It sounds like the universe took you to the right door. How do I stop caring about how others will view my hobby? My friend, it's your hobby. It's not their hobby. What is their hobby? If their hobby is coming after you, what's their hobby? Making fun of your hobby? They need to get their own hobby. They've got their own hobbies to worry about. I'm currently learning Korean and Chinese and want to pick up Japanese too, but I worry about others seeing me as weird or a fetishizer or a weeaboo, etc. That's a them problem, not a you problem. You might see people who are like judging you and criticizing you, but all I see are haters. All I see are haters trying to stop you from learning. And you know what we're doing? You know what we're doing these days? We're looking past the haters. Because it's none of their business. Don't let other people tell you how to live your life. Just because they might assume things of you. If somebody sees you some type of way, we don't really have control over that, now do we? If these people truly know you, then they'll know that you're not some sort of weirdo, right? Like, if these people actually know you, they're not going to think that you're just some sort of weirdo or creep. You're just a person with a hobby. It stops me from indulging even more into studying them. I don't want to be put in a box. Therefore, I never share this hobby of mine. I study alone and keep it to myself. How do I stop caring and embrace this hobby that I love and enjoy so much? How do I express this outwardly? I want to share it and find others who do the same. I think that's a big part of it, is finding others that do the same so that it feels normal for you. To find other people who are also learning. There are places online where you can find, there are like language learning groups. A friend of mine was learning Russian and he joined like a server where people were helping each other like translate from Russian to English and stuff. So there's all sorts of stuff out there. And I feel like finding other people who are also enthusiastic about it will help you to feel better about doing it. Hating on people's hobbies is such a huge red flag. Exactly, especially when your hobby is harmless. Like, I'm not gonna hate on somebody for learning a different language. You know what? I also feel like, hear me out here for a second. I feel like when people will try to shut somebody else down for learning about a culture or learning a language of like an Asian culture, they like the people who will like mock that or downplay it. It's like, it's kind of like you're kind of being a little racist. You're making it seem like this language is not worth learning, and the only reason why somebody would learn that language is for like weird sexual gratification reasons. It's kind of fucked up. Kind of dehumanizing. So yeah, don't worry about those people. They don't know you. Like, there are so many perfectly normal reasons why you would learn a language, and if anybody wants to assume that you're learning that language for just like pure carnal reasons, it's like, if anything, that says more about them than it is about you. All that that says is that that's the only reason why they would learn the language. Anyway, don't let the haters get in the way. We're looking past the haters. Is that the do it lady guy? You bet your ass it is. Yeah. I think learning different languages is very cool. Exactly. The normal response to somebody telling you that they're learning a new language, the normal response would be, oh, that's cool. What made you want to learn that language? That's the normal response. The abnormal response would be like, oh, you're learning that language? Okay. So you're just like a creep, huh? Like, that's not a normal response. And if somebody comes at you that type of way, just don't talk to them anymore, because they're weird. Not that there's anything wrong with being weird, they're just weird in a way that's incompatible with our weird. Do I have a speech impairment or a learning disability? If there are 1 million, is that 1 million? 1 million ideas. 1 million ideas running through me, but I can only make out maybe 1 or 2 sentences out loud and get lost as I'm talking. You know, there could be something going on, but I can't say for sure what it could be. You know, it's important that we're able to express ourselves and put our ideas into words, and there are ways that we can get better at it. There are ways that we can practice it. And so even if it is a struggle for you, it might not be something that's a struggle forever, but what I would encourage you to do is try to find somebody who can support you in that. Okay, but what if they're learning Klingon? Well, if it doesn't hurt anybody and it makes them happy, then I'm okay with it. That's the rules I live by. If it makes you happy and nobody's getting hurt, I'm good. You could also just learn German, it's pretty close. It's also very guttural. Why are words so powerful? Well, it's because our brains really like words. We have entire regions of our brains that are dedicated to understanding and processing and contextualizing and defining words. Because words help us to have structure and order in our life. It helps things to make sense. It helps to set limits and define boundaries, and it's how we build the world that we live in. So, a big part of why words are so powerful is because they are a essential part of how we understand the world that we live in. Now, beyond that, words can be associated with emotions or experiences. They can create feeling within you where feeling did not previously exist. So words have potential. Words can inspire. Words can uplift. Words can also tear people down. And so words have power. Wield them wisely. Going back to communication skills, do you have any supports or resources you can recommend? Occupational therapy or speech, talking to like a speech pathologist, or it kind of depends more specifically what it is that you're struggling with. Communication issues can be stressful and it can make you feel frustrated, especially if you're not feeling heard or if you're not feeling understood. I would encourage you to talk to somebody who specializes in it because they can do some really good work. They can do some really good work and you can, overcome some challenges that you might have felt stuck in. They also structure our ability to read our mental, emotional state and even physical state. It's true. Words are how we bring definition to the ethereal. It's how we take a concept, a feeling, and we condense it into something that can be transmitted. Pretty cool, huh? The cool thing about words is that obviously they're something that humans do, but what you've probably witnessed is that we are far from the only living creature that will utilize vocalizations as a way of communicating. Dogs, for example, they will make all sorts of different sounds to tell you what they need. And so they are communicating, and they are using their own rudimentary form of language. Humans, on the other hand, we just have a really good brain for doing that. And so we're able to have all sorts of words and all sorts of definitions, and we're able to have context and subtext. We're able to have irony and sarcasm. We're able to, really take that art form of vocalization to a really high level. In another dimension, we're all just looking into each other's eyes and reading them. It might surprise you just how much you are able to interpret from someone else without a single word being said. Have you ever walked into a room and there was a person in the room and that person was feeling some type of way? You might have been able to pick up on that mood before they even told you anything about it. Especially when it comes to the very, volatile emotions. It's like, if somebody's upset, you can pick up on it normally before they start yelling. A majority of our communication is nonverbal. We communicate a lot of information without actually using words. It's in our tone. It's in our affect, it's in our cadence, it's in our body language, our posture, our stance. they say that a majority of communication is actually nonverbal communication. Which is probably why you don't like talking on the phone. I like to pretend nobody knows I'm depressed, but they all know. We all know, but we're all in it together, because we're all there. Honest to God, if you're not at least a little bit depressed right now, like, who are you? What are you doing? Like, what planet are you from? What hedge fund do you work for? Like, I feel like just societally, like socially, there is a pressure that exists that depresses people. And we're all feeling it right now, unless somehow you're just completely ambivalent, or you're completely avoidant, or you're exempt from these social pressures, like maybe you're a trust fund baby. I'm severely depressed, LOL, SMH. Keep working on it. It'll get better. That's the thing. Depression wants you to quit. It wants you to give up. It wants you to just lie down and curl up into a ball. Don't. Keep doing things in spite of it, and eventually you will win. It's one of those situations where it's not, I'm locked in here with you. It's you're locked in here with me. It's me versus depression. Good luck, depression. You're gonna need it. Because I'm a stubborn bitch. This question is for you and chat. You know, before I get into this question, I just want to say, if you ever doubt any of the things that I say about depression, I just really want you to understand my own personal experiences with it, all right? Like, I've been depressed ever since I was a teenager, all right? I went to school to become a therapist, to try to figure out what the fuck can I do about this persistent feeling of dread. And you know what I found? I found a lot of understanding, but I didn't find a lot of help. So what did I do? I went back to the drawing board and I found stuff that did work, and it did work. So if you're dealing with depression, I've got an answer, and I hope that it's an answer that works for you, and I would hope that it does. I've put a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of thought, and a lot of practice into my approach. All I ask of you is that you have faith in your own ability to get better. If you do not write yourself off, if you do not view this as impossible, healing is possible. But a big part of depression is that it makes you feel like it is not possible. It makes you feel like this is never going to end. I'm always going to be this way. Things could never, maybe for everybody else, but not for me. I'm too depressed. Things can change even if you start at the bottom. The bottom's the best place to start because that's where the foundation is. The worst part is not feeling like myself and getting tired doing simple things. One of the great things about coming out of depression is the feeling of rediscovering yourself. Like, oh my God, I can't believe that I forgot that I like this thing, or that I like doing this, or that this is something that brings me joy and happiness. It's like going through the attic and going through all of your old trinkets and being like, oh shit, I forgot about this one. This one's badass. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for being here. This question is for you and chat. I just finished the audiobook The House of My Mother by Sherry Frank, daughter of the family vlogger Ruby Frank, and I found it extremely helpful in terms of understanding my own trauma. I've been out of the book game since high school, so I was curious if anyone had any recommendations for other books that they've found helpful on their journey. It doesn't have to be a memoir. Appreciate any thoughts. A book I recommend was a book that I really found to be enjoyable. This was the book that we did in our book club. It was called The Untethered Soul by Michael Singer. What's B-Wayne doing playing Marvel Rivals right now? What's my moderator doing playing Marvel Rivals right now? We should be on the clock. The Untethered Soul was life-changing. It's a good-ass book. I really liked it. It's if you have Spotify Premium, it's included in Spotify Premium. I also have a PDF. There's a PDF of the book posted in the book club channel. If you like reading PDFs. Skeeter also posted a link to the Kindle version if you have a Kindle. Is book club still happening? We're gonna bring it back. We're on a little bit of a hiatus, but we're gonna bring it back. It's on YouTube too. Even better. What's next? That's a good question. We're working on it. I have some ideas. Anyway, that's one that I really recommend. I saw some people in chat recommending the Jeanette McCurdy book, I'm Glad My Mom Died, or I'm Glad My Mother Died. Which is a book about, you know, being a child star and having this like narcissistic, overbearing, controlling parent, and the feelings of like relief that you might get when that person is no longer in your life, and how that can make you feel like kind of guilty, like, you know. Ready for our book club? Ready to learn? I'm trying to think of where we want to take it next. I'm thinking about maybe some Alan Watts. I'm not going to jump into making anybody read Ram Dass right away, but we'll work up to it. Maybe we'll go with some Alan Watts first. I got a couple Alan Watts books. Alan Watts, incredibly based. Alan Watts is one of the OGs for helping to bridge Western psychology with Eastern practices, which is also something that I'm really big on. So I'm a big fan of him, and then also people like Richard Halpert, also known as Ram Dass. He was a Harvard psychology professor that traveled to India to study under a guru, and he works to bridge those two worlds, you know, the forefront of psychology and these ancient Eastern practices. want to read more things about love, Dr. Nicole LaPera, she's good. She's a psychologist who also really likes to focus on the holistic aspect of things, you know, taking everything into account, looking at the bigger picture. She had a book called How to Be the Love You Seek. Break cycles, find peace, and heal your relationships. She also just came out with a book about inner child work. She's got some good stuff. If you're interested in becoming a better self-healer, I would highly recommend some of her works. She's pretty good. Just very individualistic, self-oriented versus community/systemic, which we can offer critique for, absolutely. As a counterpoint, what I would state is that when you are in the initial stages of healing, focusing more on the self and learning to be a little bit more individualistic is not necessarily a bad thing. Sometimes you have to look inwards and do the work inside yourself so that you can show up in your communities as your best self. And so at the end of the day, you know, if it helps, it helps. You know, whenever it comes to like reading a book or like looking up into self-help material, it's like it's always going to be from that person's perspective, featuring that person's worldviews and that person's, you know, socioeconomic experiences. And so we keep all of that in mind. We don't treat anybody as if there's some sort of like faultless deity. We're able to take what we can from whatever it is that they're trying to offer us, because at the end of the day, they're trying to help us feel better, you know? So I don't think that you're ever going to find perfect help from a perfect person. So yes, take what helps and trash the rest. I would like to help more, but I think I need to work on me more. When you work on yourself, you help to build, you know, up your own resilience. But it's also important to get out there and work with others. That's the best way to live life, is as a co-op experience. Needs to be on a bookmark. What I said or the cowboy advice, because yes to both. Let's see. Oh, we've got some more questions. We got some more questions. Let's get through them so we can get to this presentation. How about it? How about it, partners? It's hard for me to find people who I would like to get to play co-op with. Well, you start off by joining the multiplayer lobby and then leaving voice comms on. And that's how you run into people that you wouldn't mind partying up with. ad. I didn't hear anything. If you want to meet party members for the co-op experience, you gotta first join the multiplayer lobby, and you gotta leave voice comms on. That's how you meet people. That's how you find people to add to your party. Speaking of which, can we do game nights in the Discord? If we're gonna start doing more stuff like that, I am fully in support of it, but what I need from you all is someone who's willing to help facilitate it. You know, if you want to do like a community Among Us, or shoot, dang, my ad skipped through the whole advice, that's a shame. Alright, I did repeat it because I thought the ad was over already, but I will repeat it again. Now, in the future, perhaps wait to ask a question until right after the ad. That will guarantee that an ad will not disrupt my answer. Now, to repeat what I said before, if you want to find people to join you for the co-op experience, you have to first join the multiplayer lobby, and you have to leave voice comms on. I'm sorry. No apologies. I've never been affected by seasonal affective disorder before, but man oh man, I am feeling it right now. I don't want to go to work. My sleep is fucked up. When I get home, I am less likely to want to go back out, which is disruptive to some of my schedule. A lot of my AA meetings are in the evening. I don't like feeling like I want to isolate, but that's all I am feeling what I want to do right now. Curl up on the couch and watch the old tube. I've been so fatigued and lethargic and constantly feel like my body is fighting a virus going around, but I think I'm just fighting the good seasonal fight. I just ordered Fullwell multivitamins for women and their iron boost supplements, but what other tips or insights do you have? Thanks. All right, partner, so you're in the fight, right? You're in the fight right now, partner. It's seasonal affective disorder season, and you got seasonal depression rolling up on you. It's coming up over the hills. Now, what are we going to do? Well, what we're going to do is we're going to switch up our strategy a little bit. You hear me, partner? We're going to switch up the strategy a little bit, because the strategy we've been using in the fair weather, it's not so well acclimated to the colder climate. We're going to need to switch up our game a little bit, partner. Work with what you're going through, and don't try to force yourself to go above and beyond or to even maintain what you have been doing, especially if you're having a hard time doing it, because that could just leave you feeling burnt out and exhausted. Perhaps your body is just in need of more rest. And so take the rest that you need and keep your activity level up wherever you're able to. You know, just show yourself some grace and compassion. You might need to make some minor tweaks, but just try to keep things as consistent as you can, but also allowing more time for like downtime and rest, because that's just what it is. That's what we're going through. We're going through a little bit of a dip. Also, be sure you're getting your vitamin D. I also do zinc and magnesium. That's what I've found to be helpful. Speaking of, I need to eat this gummy. In a similar vein, I switch up my routines depending on the menstrual cycle. Precisely. It's a lot like that. You're switching up your routine based on what your body is going through, and it's okay. You know, go to the meetings when you can. talk to your sponsor if you need to talk to your sponsor about how you're feeling. You know, I can guarantee that if you were to go to a meeting and you were to talk about what you're feeling right now with these seasonal pressures, you would see that a lot of people there are probably going through it as well. And what you'll probably notice is that attendance will also start to drop during these colder seasons. I'm also PMSing on top of the sad. Hats off to you, partner. That ain't easy. We're going to talk more about seasonal affective disorder. It's something that we do every year around this time, so we'll talk about it more in the future. It's something that a lot of people go through, so don't worry. We'll cover it more in depth. Is depression just me gaslighting myself that I'm a POS? That's not all it is, but I mean, if that's not all it is, but that is a big part of it. That's definitely a part of it, but it's not all that it is. Because depression isn't just a mental state, it's also a physical state. It impacts your body, it impacts your metabolism, it impacts your neurological functioning. It affects you both body, mind, and spirit. I said both, but anyway, we're moving past it. What is POS? Piece of shit. Now, this is something that depression will do to you. Depression likes to make you think that you deserve to be miserable, that you're just this awful person. It will really hammer you with those types of thoughts, and sometimes those thoughts will even become beliefs because our brain doesn't really care where a thought came from. It just cares how often we're repeating it. And if your brain repeats a thought long enough, it just starts to feel true. And so that's one of the things that depression will do, is it will have you convinced that you're no good, that you're just a no good, lying, cheating, yellow-bellied scallywag. But that ain't true, partner. I'd be happy to have you out there on the old dusty trail with me, wrangling up them cows, eating beans, and singing cowboy songs under the stars. Yellow-bellied sapsucker. Yes, my favorite bird that is also a great insult. The yellow-bellied sapsucker. It is fuck. It's a woodpecker. It sucks the sap out of trees and it has a yellow belly, and so it's named the yellow-bellied sapsucker, which is a great insult. Why, you no good. You no good, down and dirty, yellow-bellied sapsucker. That's why I tried to tell myself in a mirror I'm a good person. I instinctively laughed. Well, at least you're funny, and that's not so bad. It's not about being a good person or a bad person. It's just about being the best person that you can be. Don't view yourself as this binary, black and white type thing. Nobody's perfect. Just try to do your best. There's a lot of suffering out there in the world. Let's try not to add any more to the mix. And while we're at it, if we're able to help reduce the amount of suffering in the world, even better. Me doing my best. I will die on this hill. I am a firm believer that there is a biological function in that shaking your ass makes you feel good. It makes you feel better. It uplifts your mood. Now, if you would like to help me test this study, all I need you to do is play some ass shaking music, get up and shake your ass a little bit, and then tell me how you feel. We'll do a before and after. We'll do a survey. You can rate your mood before, and then we'll do like 3 to 5 minutes of ass shaking, and then you'll rate your mood after. I have a theory. I have a hypothesis. You know, if I was going for my doctorate, I might do a dissertation on this topic. How shaking your ass is good for your mental health. I believe it firmly. I will die on this hill. Like, just look at dogs. Dogs are always wagging their tails when they're feeling happy. It's like, we used to have tails. Still got a tailbone. I can attest it worked. Thank you for that data point. We'll add it to the research study. You don't have to convince me. I'm a believer. I'm a proponent of it. I have ADD with auditory, skin, and light sensory sensitivities. Some sounds hurt my ears, like dog barking. I'm quite specific with clothing, where tight clothes are wearable for me. I gotta use a special detergent to clean my clothes, or else it's too uncomfortable to wear and can't tolerate, well, white backgrounds or bright lights. And a traumatic childhood with an ACE score of 6. ACE score of 6. ACE stands for Adverse Childhood Experiences. And I'm not sure what they score it out of. Let's look. It's out of 10, a maximum of 10. The Adverse Childhood Experiences score. During the first 18 years of your life, did your parent, did a parent or another adult in your house often or very often swear at you, insult you, put you down, or humiliate you? It's basically just going over the typical different categories of abuse or mistreatment or trauma that a child might experience. And so for every yes, that's 1. I've never taken this. Even if you get a 10, you can still get better. All right? And so if any of you do want to go and take this test, or you do take the test and you do get a score, I don't want you to take that as I'm too damaged to get better, okay? We can heal trauma. We can change the way we think. You are not exempt from healing. You're not too broken to fix. Although ADHD meds don't work for me for some reason and cope with non-medicine based things like schedules and social training with professionals, I wonder if I'm eligible to get a psychiatric service dog or not, and what makes people eligible for them. If you're just looking for, it depends on what you're looking for that dog. So when it comes to like legitimately trained service dogs, those can be very expensive. They're normally trained for very specific things. Now, as for an emotional support animal, that's an entirely different story. Any animal could be an emotional support animal so long as it is an emotional support to you. It might not require any specialized training or anything. It just it spends time around you and it gets to know you and it is able to acclimate to your behaviors in that way. So if you're looking for an animal to just be like an emotional support to you and it doesn't require any type of specific training like recognizing a seizure or getting your medicine or any of those types of things, then, it's just a matter of having a doctor sign a letter that says that an emotional support dog or an emotional support cat or whatever would be a good fit for you. And then you can show it to your landlord and then you don't have to pay a pet deposit. If you have an animal and they are listed as an emotional support animal, you don't have to pay the pet fees if you live in an apartment. At least here you don't. Could be different somewhere else. I personally am quite an anxious person when I hear certain sounds and stuff, but I don't know, I feel a service dog could help me when I get anxious and ruminate through things and learn to stay consistent through getting the responsibility of a dog. And I think you could get that just by having a dog. Because dogs are already great emotional supports, and that they don't even need any secondary extra training to be able to do that. Dogs have been bred to be a companion to humans over thousands of years. And so a lot of people have utilized dogs as an emotional support, a companion, something to help them keep a routine, something to help ground them, something that helps you to get outside, Now, if you have depression, I would say get a cat instead. If you have depression, get a cat because a cat will get you out of bed. A cat won't let you stay in bed all day. A cat will come and stand on you, start to chew on you when that food bowl is empty. And so if you're depressed and you have a hard time getting out of bed, a cat's probably the way to go. But if you're anxious and you're looking for like a companion and somebody that can help to regulate you, I think a dog's a great answer, especially if it's a calm, temperamental dog. I've had trouble getting some places to waive my fees still. Well, that's because landlords are terrible. I'm disabled and it was an easy process to get the ESA letters from my cats. It's super easy. You can ask a doctor, you can ask your therapist, you can ask a psychiatrist. It's very easy. Oftentimes you can even print the letter off yourself and just have one that's like a template and then have them sign it. It's something that I would help people do all the time whenever I worked in the field because, having a companion animal can be a very tremendous boon for someone's mental wellness. And if I'm anxious and depressed, I get both. Yep. I didn't even have to print. My doctor emailed, and then I emailed it to the new landlord. See, there you go. Whenever you feel up to it, if you're ever interested in looking at like getting a job in the field of helping people to navigate those services, like perhaps a peer support role or something to that effect, like maybe you're just wanting to do something like maybe even as a volunteer or part-time, I think you'd be really good at it. you have firsthand lived experience with how to navigate that system, and you could help other people to navigate it as well. What's the difference between fields like social work and public health? They are very intermixed. You know, they're all kind of interrelated. You see them in all sorts of different fields, though. Like, when you think public health, you're normally thinking like community mental health centers or clinics or those types of places. Whereas social workers, you might see them more interspersed into other areas of society. Like, you might see them in schools, or you might see them at hospitals, like helping to coordinate people with benefits and other resources. And so they're definitely interrelated, and there's a lot of overlap. I was thinking about some homeless outreach of some kind. If that's something that you're interested in, I would start by finding a nearby facility that serves the homeless population and seeing what their volunteering opportunities are. You know, the winter months are coming up, so there's going to be like clothing drives and food drives and all sorts of stuff that they could use a lot of help on. It's a pretty busy time for the for those types of organizations. My cousin's husband is opening a men's mental health center and asked me for help. Well, if he's looking for any consultation, let me know. If you want my brash American input on the matter. Said no. Fair enough. You said men's mental health is not my mission, and that's fine, but it is one of my missions, so I get it. I can't help it. I was born this way. Here in Kansas City, one of the most popular support networks for like community-based services and like homeless support is City Union Mission. Now, I have to say that whenever I worked in the field, it's something you had to be very mindful of to not abbreviate. You thought I knew theoretical stuff, but I'm not deep into masculinity studies. I've got theories. Oh, I've got theories. I've had my whole life to wonder what the fuck is wrong with men. And what I've come to find is that my issue is not with men, my issue is with the patriarchal system. The patriarchal system really fucks men up. We cling to it because we feel like it's going to give us some sort of advantage as a man, but in the long, it actually just ends up fucking us all over. It's like a pyramid scheme. Except for dudes. It's an MLM, except it's, you know, got lightning bolts and flames on it. No, I'm not anti-man. I'm pro-man. Just, I'm not pro-patriarchy. Patriarchy sucks. He has a lot of experience as a social worker, but wants applied feminist theories. So he's opening a men's mental health center and he's wanting to understand like applied feminist theories. Just keep it simple. It's like, it's really not all that complicated. Men, stop blaming women for all of your problems. We often will take out our anger and our frustration in a place that feels safe to do so, and as a result, men end up blaming women for a lot of their problems. It's International Men's Day. It's also Men's Mental Health Month, so shout out to the men out there. Stop projecting mom at women. Exactly. It's like, not every woman is your mother, brother. Not every woman is your mother. And also, not every woman is your ex. You know, maybe you had an ex that really left you in shambles, and now it's just ruined the idea of women for you. It's like, stop generalizing. Generalizing is bad. Inside every lady, there's a cowboy that wants to come out. And inside every cowboy, there's a lady that'd love to slip out. Like a rhinestone cowboy. I did a class in masculinity studies this summer and it was not for me. I could see why. I could see why. It's like we have to deal enough with the consequences of toxicity every day, and to just like sit down and learn about it. It's like, yeah, I know, okay, yeah, I know, all right. Is that pagan? God, I hope so, partner. God, I hope so. All right, cowpoke. Are we ready for the Prezi? Are you here for it? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready for the presentation? Are you ready for the presentation? Are you ready for the presentation? I was watching a bunch of British Bake Off yesterday, and whenever I watch British Bake Off, I can't help. I have to like vocally stim. They're always saying stuff in their British accent, and I just can't help but just be like, Bakers, you're halfway through. You're halfway through. Right, bakers, for today's signature challenge, we're going to make fondant fancies. All right, everybody, are we ready? Adam Bath, thank you for the 8 months. Let's go. Anybody else? Anybody else? Adam Bath got ready. Adam Bath got ready by going ahead and getting that sub in. By the way, we're running out of time. We've got a sub goal for this month. If we're able to make it to 300, I will live stream myself cooking on Thanksgiving Day. I will live stream from the kitchen. I have a new color brain. How do you feel about it? I need to go back to I need to work on some of these sub badges, especially that I got my programs again. I didn't have my editing stuff for a while there. Now I do. Hetero phone with the 26 months. Yeehaw! Let's go, cowboy. That's 26 months there. Let's go. Nerd or bust with the 8 months. Let's go, partner. Yeehaw, partner. And I dare say we're on a hype train right now, partner. We'll be starting this presentation as soon as that hype train is rolled through. Also, shout out to all the new followers. We're at 6985. 6985. We're only 15 away from hitting 7,000 followers. Can you believe it? We're on a hype train right now, partners, and I gotta say, it's only due to the support of viewers like you that this space is able to exist in the first place. If it were not due to our pooled conscious energy, I would not be able to maintain this space within space-time. I don't know where I was going with that. Anyway, thank you for subscribing. Your support really means a lot, and it allows me to do what I do, so if you like what we do here, consider subscribing. Do you ever collaborate or nah? I've thought about collaborating. I've even reached out to some people who have shown interest in collaborating, and you know what I've noticed is that a lot of people in the streaming space it can be kind of tricky sometimes to make arrangements. My spare bits. Thank you for the 4 bits. Every bit counts, literally. Where's the music? You want some hype train music? I wasn't really feeling it at the moment. I was just... We run the risk of the hype train going too long. Whenever we really get a hype train going, sometimes you'll have me out here doing this hype train for an hour straight. And I need to get this presentation started, so... 2 minutes left, 94% of the way. I didn't get it out of level 1. No, but it was enough to get you the bit leader badge. You were able to get the bit leader badge by being the #1 contributor of bits during the hype train, so you've noticed you've got that little badge next to your name now, thanks to those 4 bits. The top gifter and the top bit cheerer. You get a little badge. Alright, everybody. We've got an empowering presentation today. We're going to be talking about a topic that's known as revolutionary optimism. It's a way that we can reignite hope when everything feels hopeless. Are we ready? If you want a copy of these slides, exclamation slides in the chat. Exclamation slides in the chat, you're gonna have a copy. Adam Bath, thank you for the 241, and we got T-Cheeks for the 5. See, they're all coming for your bit badge now. They're all trying to outbid you. See what you've started? Your 4 bits have triggered a cascade. Thank you, Adam Bath. Thank you, T-Cheeks. We're gonna bring the queue back. It'll once the streamer awards happen and once the inevitable drama from the streamer awards passes, you can re-embrace the queue. The streamer awards hasn't happened yet. I know that there's going to be something that's... There's going to be some sort of drama tied into it. I just know. Just the way things go around here. One thing I will say that's kind of weird is like, why is the person organizing this event cozying up with the people that like made an act of like putting your award in the urinal and pissing on it last year? Because that happened. Did you forget? Did you forget that the same people that you're cozying up to took a picture of themselves pissing on your award last year? I think it's just this fixation that some people will have on making people like them when they don't like them. It's like you just can't stomach to be not liked, and so you try really hard to win over people that don't like you. If I recall correctly, she thought it was funny. In what way? In what way? It's disgusting. In what way? It's gross. Just a big slap in the face. If you were to take a picture of yourself pissing on your award for any other award show, you would not be invited back to the award show. You would not be invited to hang out with the person who coordinated that event, that award show. Because respect is important. You don't have to win over the people that are literally trying to piss on you. Like, come on. Are we horsing around? We got a combo going, horsing around. All right. We are about ready to start this Prezi. How did Golden Showers happen? It happened last year at the Streamer Awards. Some of the people that were invited to the Streamer Awards took pictures of themselves pissing on the awards in a urinal. And it was just very gross and disrespectful, but for some reason the person who coordinated the event was like, I'm okay with this. It's actually funny. I'm like, what? Like, no, like, I feel bad for you. Like, why are you allowing this to be okay? That's so gross. That's so disrespectful. Anyway. Can't wait for the Streamer Awards. The only person that I'm supporting this year at the Streamer Awards is I Just Love Puzzles. If Grandma doesn't win Hidden Gem, I am going on strike. I will never stream again. I want to see Grandma win, and that's all I care about. Sometimes admitting how wronged you have been hurts more than pretending it's funny. Exactly. It's not to derail too much. I do want to get into this presentation, but I do want to talk about this a little bit. It's like the type of person who hangs out with a bully. Like, you're not this person's friend, you are their crony. You know, they still mistreat you, but you feel like you're a part of it. You're able to laugh at it. You're like, haha, like they push you down and you're like, haha, good one. You really got me. Haha, really funny. Like, no, you are enabling bullies. You are enabling like disgusting, disrespectful behavior. We are grown adults. Act like it. Like, have a backbone. Missed the bit, but let's go, Grandma. Yes, absolutely. We need to support Grandma. If you're going to vote for the Streamer Awards, I would highly encourage you to vote for I Just Love Puzzles for Hidden Gem. We've rated her a few times. She's a friend of the show. Last year, another friend of the show won the award, Cartoon Therapy, so we're friends with all the hidden gems. But if I'm going to be honest, and this is me being a little narcissistic, I feel like if there is a hidden gem, it's me. I feel like if there is a hidden gem, it's gotta be us, right? Like, come on. Like, how could you think of a more hidden gem than what we do here? Like, you know what I mean? Like, not to toot our horns a little bit, you know, but I feel like what we do here is pretty special. One year we need to win. It would be fun, wouldn't it? It would be fun. And you know what I wouldn't do? I wouldn't piss on my award. All right, everybody. It's crazy. I know, and I'm surprised that people let it go so quickly. But I have a feeling that since the Streamer Awards are coming back up again, it will resurface and people will start talking about it again, because it really was just like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? Like, why are you taking a picture of yourself pissing on the award that you won at the event that you were invited to that was paid for by somebody who is trying to be your friend? It's like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, that's just such antisocial behavior. But it's funny. It was gross. They claimed it was water. They still put him in the fucking toilet. Like, there's still piss in there. Unk, settle down, por favor. I'm trying to take a dookie and your pretty face is making me shy. Alright, I'll tone it down a little bit. I'm getting a little too heated, and I don't want to interfere with your BM. So let's get into the topic of today, shall we? Let's talk about revolutionary optimism. A way for us to reignite hope when everything feels hopeless. Chat, can I get a 1, 2, 3 if you've ever felt hopeless? Can I get a 1, 2, 3 if you've ever felt hopeless? I want to see something. Here's our glossary. I'm putting glossaries in the presentations now. I hope you get a kick out of these, because I realize it's important for me to help more people understand this information, and I want to start having a little section where we can define terms that a person might not be immediately familiar with. You know, like me, like I've been through a lot of school, I've worked in the field, so like I know these terms very closely, but I've got to remember that not everybody does, and so it's, you know, I just want to make psychology accessible, and I feel like this is a good step in that direction. right now, honestly. You're feeling hopeless right now? Well, then let's see what we can do about it. Think about where your hope is at right now, and then after the presentation, we'll count it again. Maybe it'll go up. I'm not going to read through these, but I just want you to be aware of some of these terms that you'll see pop up in the presentation. If you would like a copy of these slides, you can type !slides. You can read along. You can have a glossary right there. I bet it was the gooning presentation that made you start doing a glossary. It was, actually. The psychology of gooning was the first presentation. The psychology of the gooner was the first presentation that had a glossary. I don't know what it was. It was also the first presentation that had a disclaimer. Viewer discretion is advised. I don't know why I took this one so serious of all things, but I think it was just because taking that topic so seriously, I found it fun in a way. Talking about something that's just like internet stuff. Anyway, these are some of the terms that you might see pop up. We're going to continue though. Oh, there's solidarity too. Solidarity. You're going to be hearing me use that word a lot, not just in this presentation, but in general. Solidarity. You ready? Let's get into it. When everything feels heavy or uncertain, what does it mean to intentionally choose hope instead of giving up? Don't feel like you have to rush to answer that question, just something to think about. This is what we're trying to capture here with this presentation. What could it mean to intentionally choose hope instead of giving up? The topic we're going to be talking about today is revolutionary optimism. And before we get into that, it's important to understand the context of where we're discussing this process. The systems that we live in, these dominant systems, the government, the economy, your landlord, the systems that exist, they thrive on burnout, apathy, and emotional numbness. And when the systems thrive on those things, hope becomes a way of pushing back. By choosing to believe that things can improve, we are directly countering the forces that want us overwhelmed, divided, and disengaged. Now just take a minute to think about that. Why would they want us feeling that way? They have a lot to gain by making us feel that way, don't they? They have a lot to gain by making us feel overwhelmed, divided, and disengaged. As a result, optimism becomes this quiet yet powerful form of resistance. The system itself does not want me to be optimistic, and so by being optimistic, I am in resistance to the system. This is a form of revolutionary optimism. This is optimism as a form of protest. And so in this presentation, what we're going to be doing is we're going to explore this concept known as revolutionary optimism, and we're going to talk about how it can help to reignite hope. Any thoughts, questions before we get into it? Does this make sense so far? I don't sound like a crazy person. Being empathetic and optimistic is punk rock. It's like Superman said in the new movie. Maybe kindness is the new punk rock. If everybody else is being an asshole, then being kind is punk. Because you're going against the system. That's an impeccable hat. Thank you. Casey got it for me, and I think I pull it off. Are you with me so far? Are you with me so far? I don't want to leave anybody behind. I don't want anybody feeling confused. So if you have any questions or if something doesn't quite make sense, please stop me. I find this information to be very important and I want you to understand it. So if you have any questions, please let me know. All right? But we're just getting into it, so let's roll. Let's take a moment to talk about why it feels so hard to have hope today. If you've found it hard to have hope, you are not alone. Let's talk about why it feels that way. First off, we are being constantly bombarded with these endless crises. Economic crisis, environmental crisis, political problems. All of this creates the illusion that nothing can improve, that everything's just getting worse. It's not a system that inspires hope, it's a system that inspires hopelessness. I think I get it. The gears are turning. If you don't get it by the end, let me know. But I feel like by the end we should all be getting it. Another part of the reason why it's so hard to have hope is because we often absorb these systemic pressures as personal failures. Because I'm not rich, because I don't own a home, because I don't have a well-paying job, because I struggle, that is my fault. It is on me. I am the failure. Instead of recognizing that the system is flawed, that wages aren't high enough, that we don't give people enough benefits, that we don't give enough support to people. But still, we've been trained, we've been conditioned to internalize these things and make them feel as if those are problems with me. And what this does is this creates shame instead of clarity. We feel shameful, we feel like we are the failure. And it prevents us from seeing what's really going on here. My partner likes your cowboy hat, by the way. Well, thank you, partner. Just from partner to partner and from partner to partner. Yeehaw, cowboy. When we're constantly stuck in this survival mode, we get burnt out. When we're constantly worrying about whether I'm going to be able to pay my bills or how I'm going to afford this or how many hours I'm going to have to work, and it's exhausting and we get burnt out. And it makes it so that we have a very hard time imagining anything beyond it. We get so dialed in, we get so stuck that we lose hope. We've also got to take a second to talk about social media. Because social media, as it is designed, is built to overwhelm you with constant negative information. Or brain rot, what it does is it shapes our worldview into something that feels smaller and smaller, and it just feels more and more hopeless. Social media algorithms are catered towards negative information because they generate more interest, they generate more clicks, that means more views, that means more ad revenue, and so they are just prioritized on making profit, and so they will showcase the things that are controversial. They will showcase the things that divide us. And so now, here we are, in this world where we are more interconnected than ever before. We're able to talk to people from all over the world. We are more interconnected than we ever have been. And yet we are also more disconnected from our communities than we ever have been. It's this really chaotic flux state that we're in, where we're just so interconnected but so disconnected. And so right now, many people are disconnected from the community structures that have historically helped people to endure hardship. And so not only are you enduring hardship, but you have been disconnected from the community supports that for many years have been there to help people in times like this. And so when you take all of this together, it makes sense why it's so hard to feel hopeful. Is there anything else that you can think of? Is there anything else that you have witnessed in your life that makes it difficult to feel hope? All my friends don't seem to care. That's another good point. We feel hopeless because it feels like, well, none of my friends care. It's like, can you blame them for not caring? Can you and I'm not saying that they don't care because they don't want to care. It's hard for us to have that excess energy. It's hard for us to be able to show other people that we care, and it makes it difficult for us to offer other people support because we're all suffering, we're all struggling. And so I don't think it's that your friends don't care, it's just that they don't have enough left. They're so drained, they're so burnt out from meeting their own needs and from surviving that they don't have anything left in the tank. That's what I think. That's what I think. I feel like if life wasn't such a struggle, then we would be able to support each other better. I really feel like they want us isolated, they want us hopeless, they want us powerless. It's easier to watch basketball and decompress than do any critical thinking. That's another good point. That's why a lot of our content right now is just like distraction. It's just escapism. Like, we're so tired and exhausted from the grind that we don't have time to sit down and think about where the problem is actually coming from. You're like, hi, are you doing okay? And they're like, go away, I'm married. Married is when no friends. Married is when you're not allowed to have friends. You're only allowed to talk to your spouse. Some are also choosing no exposure for self-care. Yep. Some people will just detach. Some people just that like I can't fault people for needing breaks. I can't fault people for, you know, finding distraction or finding ways to cope. You can't fault people for that. But what I think is really important to understand is that I should not blame my friends for not being available for me. I should blame the system that has made it so that none of us are able to be available for one another at all. So if you've tried to open up to somebody, if you've tried to talk to somebody about something that you're going through and it was kind of met with, you know, a lack of response, I wouldn't take that personally. I wouldn't take that as nobody cares about me, everybody hates me, nobody cares that I'm suffering. It's like, we're all going through it right now. And maybe, you know, if somebody's not able to turn up for you emotionally, maybe we need to seek somewhere else. Maybe we need to find somebody else, because there are still people out there who are willing to show up and be there and be supportive, and, you know, but you got to know where to look. Also, what I do is I like to contain myself to only spending time like helping others and that type of stuff within the confines of this community, you know, like, because spending so much time just focusing on everybody else, that'll burn you out too. You need to have a good balance between helping yourself and helping others. Want to learn how to process this disappointment? I would try to take it and use it as motivation. I would say that the reason why things are the way they are is because we're all suffering, and I want to do what I can to make things better for everybody so that we can all be better friends, so that we can all have better relationships. Collective despair is hard to overcome. We're doing such a great job, though, aren't we? Aren't we doing such a great job at overcoming that? I see it all over the place, and I see it frequently in these like online leftist progressive spaces. You see a lot of these like doomer mentalities. We are anti-doomer here, all right? We are anti-doomer. All right, let's continue. I volunteer at a charity 1 day a week, and it contributes to my well-being far more than it takes away. Let me give you a yee-haw for that one, partner. We've talked about that before. We've been talking about that type of stuff a lot lately. Just the importance of giving back to the community and how it can actually contribute to your own mental wellness. So it's kind of a win-win. You know, if you feel like you're feeling pretty down and you're not sure what to do about it, consider volunteering within your community. It'll help you feel better because you're doing something, you're helping to improve people's lives in a tangible way, and you're also around other people who are working towards a shared goal. And so it's a win-win. When we all come together and we all help, we all win. Also, volunteering 1 day a week, that's cheaper than therapy. Let's go a little deeper into these feelings that we have. Let's talk about the psychology of despair. Because Because if you're like me and you're a psychology nerd and you like to look at the underpinnings, that's... If you're like me, this one's for the psychology nerds, alright? So, where are my psychology nerds at? I know you're here. I know there's at least one of you. At least one person here likes psychology. Let's take a closer look at some of the psychological mechanisms that are involved in conditioning us to feel despair rather than hope. When we have to live with chronic stress, it affects the way that we view the world around us, and it affects the way that we act. What it does is it narrows our attention to whatever immediate threats we're dealing with. You're like, oh, I got this bill to pay. Oh, I got to clock in for this shift. I got to deal with this thing. You're in survival mode. It makes everything feel like a threat, and it makes it hard for you to look beyond whatever it is that's right in front of you. And it makes long-term thinking feel impossible. I can't be thinking about next week. I don't even know what I'm going to do this week. Yo, Bachelor here, all about that positive psych and health psych. Nice. We love positive psychology. We're not going to talk about despair for too long, okay? This isn't meant to be a doom and gloom presentation. This is the revolutionary optimism presentation, so at its heart, this is a positive psychology presentation. But we're trying to understand the despair first before we talk about what we're going to do about it. Because as Sun Tzu said, if you know yourself, as you know your enemy, you will know victory across 1,000 battles. We've talked about this recently. We did a presentation on it just a few days ago, actually, when we talked about learned helplessness. This is something that develops within us when our actions feel or seem ineffective, even when the real issue is a systemic one. We've been conditioned to feel powerless and helpless, like nothing that we do matters. All right, I need to bring you in for this one because I know there's going to be some cynics here. We've had our fair share of cynics come through, and I get you. I get it, okay? I hear you. Cynicism can feel protective because it feels safer to expect disappointment. Have you ever thought this? Have you ever thought this way? If I lower my expectations, I will not be disappointed. Have you ever felt like cynicism was the safer bet? But what cynicism does not do is it does not help you to heal. What it does do is it creates emotional detachment while quietly reinforcing the status quo. If you fall into cynicism, you are helping the powers that be. They want you to be a cynic. They want you to expect disappointment. If they have you here, they have you right where they want you. I feel if I always expect the worst, maybe I will be surprised if something good happens. Which can make sense on paper, right? It makes sense on paper, but in reality, what does it do? It sets you up to expect negative things to happen. When what we're trying to talk about here is that it's okay to hope that good things happen. There's nothing wrong with doing that. we like to expect bad things because, well, then at least we won't be surprised. Then at least we can prepare for it and see it coming. We do it because we're trying to avoid pain and disappointment, but in reality, all it does is just guarantee pain and disappointment. This is why I like labeling myself as a skeptical optimist, because one of the things I'm intensely skeptical of is cynicism. Precisely. I've run into a lot of cynics in my day, okay? I have run into a lot of them. I've had some of them come in here. I've talked to some of them. I've worked with some of them in a therapeutic context. People cling to it because it feels safe, because we like things to be predictable, even if what we're predicting is bad. We're trying to, yeah, exactly. We're trying to predict the future. We're trying to control the future. When in reality, it just ends up making us hurt even more. And that's the that's one of the things that always really sticks with me, and it's something that I always feels really important to talk to people about, is how the things that we do to protect ourselves can end up hurting us. They can end up doing more damage than whatever it is we were trying to protect ourselves from in the first place. It's like being afraid of drowning, and so you walk around every day wearing a scuba suit. It's like being afraid of drowning, and so you walk around every day with a 20-pound air tank strapped up. You got goggles on, you know, just in case. Just in case. You never know. You might fall into the ocean somehow, even though you live in Kansas. That's what happened to me with self-isolating. It messed me up in the long run. Well, you're on the path of healing now, so let's fucking go. What happens when the oxygen tank empties? Oh my god, you're right. I should carry around 2 oxygen tanks just in case. I need a backup oxygen tank. Because what happens if I fall in the ocean and this one oxygen tank isn't enough and I need another one? I should probably just carry 2 with me. That's probably safest. Actually, let's make it 3. Let's go with 3. Triples is safe. Oh, you getting hungry? You want some lunch? Soon. Dinner is soon. I'll feed you dogs as soon as we're done here. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna let these dogs out because they've decided they want to start pushing over my green screen. So give me just a moment. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Had to let the dogs outside. We're all squared. You got your apartment keys? Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Congratulations. That's a big W. Can we get some fucking W's going? Let's go. My apartment is round. Sounds cute. What I would do is I would hold on to those keys and I would think about the version of me that didn't think that it was possible to ever have those keys. And I would say, see, I told you so. See, I told you so. I was right to keep going. I was right to not give up. That is a tremendous W. For those of you who are unfamiliar, Sugar Biscuit's been working on finding a safe place to live for a while. They've been working to get out of a bad situation, and they've made some tremendous progress, and we're all very proud. So, spam your W's. I want to drown in a sea of W's. Let's fucking go. I'm stoked. This is a very happy day for me, as it should be. As it should be. All right, let's get back into this presentation, shall we? Are we all good so far? We're getting it so far. Nothing too unusual. Let's get into our topic at hand. Let's talk about revolutionary optimism. Just a quick question. Have any of you heard of this before? I've heard this topic before. I've heard Hassan use it. I've heard it in other contexts. Maybe you've heard us talk about it here before, but is this a new idea for you, or is this something that you're at least somewhat familiar with? Either way, you're about to learn all about it now. I feel like other people have mentioned it, but what we're going to do is we're really going to define it and explain it so that you're going to understand it very clearly. Revolutionary optimism. It is a grounded belief in the possibility of improvement even when the outcome is uncertain. It's not a detachment from reality. It's not delusion. It's a grounded belief in the possibility that things can get better, even if the future is unclear, even if the outcome is uncertain. Heard of it? Don't like it so far? Well, your username is "The World is Bad." I wouldn't expect you to be like, "I love revolutionary optimism." It's just not It's just not in line with your character. Now, if your name was The World Could Be Good, then now we're talking. Anyway, we're going to talk about what revolutionary optimism is. So if you have any faults or flaws with any of what we're talking about, please let me know. I'm happy to discuss. Maybe I can get you drinking the Kool-Aid. Maybe I can get you converted. Revolutionary optimism is a rejection of the narratives which claim that current conditions are fixed and unchangeable. Just keep voting. Just vote blue no matter who. Just, they want you to feel like these are how things go, and change has to be slow, and those certain things can't happen. We can't have that here. We couldn't have. Yeah, of course other countries have, universal health care, but we could never have that here. Of course other places have good infrastructure and housing and childcare, but we couldn't possibly have that here. Not us. It wouldn't work. Not in America. Isn't optimism based on self-well-being? What I would say, optimism is just the belief that good things will happen. It could apply to the self, but it could also apply to the world around you. I read that planning can increase optimism and hope. Planning, but also coordinating, coming together within your community, seeing actual tangible changes happen, seeing actual good happen, seeing needs be met. A child that needs a backpack and school supplies, getting what they need. A person who doesn't have a house, getting supplies, or even getting a house. Somebody who's in need of food, getting food. Something that needs to be fixed, getting fixed. We are so browbeaten, we are so suppressed and depressed by the conditions that we live in. They want us to feel like this is the best you're gonna get, and we can't do anything more. We're still waiting for that trickle down. We've been waiting for that trickle down since Ronald Reagan. It's been 40 years now. We're not getting that trickle down. I really like to point at history when people get trapped in a cynical mind frame, that there are so many movements that succeeded when things were at their darkest. Hell, even think about something like the bubonic plague. It's like 1 in 3 people died of a terrible disease. It's like, how hopeless do you think people were getting there? And yet, the undefeatable human spirit marches on. I look back at the dark things that humanity has survived, and I feel empowered to be a human. Revolutionary optimism is a mindset that can protect our ability to imagine something better than what we've got right now. And you understand why it's important to protect that, right? You understand why it's important to protect our ability to imagine something better than what we've got right now? Because you can see where people would benefit from us lacking in that ability. Is this make sense? Is this pretty clear so far? Are you with me so far? Or has anything popped up and you're like, not for me? If at any point something pops up and you're like, I'm not so sure about that one, partner, like, please tell me to hold my horses. Things can get better even if it doesn't feel like it. Exactly. Exactly. And sometimes in getting better, things feel worse in the beginning. Like if you're afraid to leave your house, that first time that you get out of your house, it's not going to be like, oh my God, it's so wonderful. I can't believe that I stayed in my house for all of those months. All I needed to do was step outside. I'm cured. No. That first time you step out of your house is going to be terrifying. It's going to suck. And every step that you take is going to be like, I should just go back inside. I should just go back inside. I should just go back inside. But what happens is you break free of that mindset, and it does start to feel better. You're not wired for it to feel good yet. You have to take time to allow yourself to acclimate, and then when it does start to feel good, it feels really good. It feels even better than you imagined. You've got a whole new set of gears that you're working with. But you can see why people get hopeless, because that first step forward is so daunting. Those first steps you have to take are so terrifying that people would rather stand back from it and just not even believe that things could get better. You are protecting yourself with your cynicism. You are trying to protect yourself from being hurt. And I understand that, and I empathize with that. But what I want to extend to you is that in protecting yourself from disappointment, you are guaranteeing disappointment. Because everything is disappointing. Nothing gets better. Everything sucks. Not trying to drag anybody. I'm trying to help you, alright? And so if you feel called out by this, it's not a personal attack. What you're experiencing right now is a deprogramming from the societal pressures that have made you hopeless. This is not a personal failing. We mentioned this in the beginning, you might have missed it. But a lot of these problems that we are dealing with, we are made to feel as if they are our fault. It's your fault for being hopeless. It's your fault for being anxious. It's your fault for being depressed. It's like, I can't afford to eat. I can't afford to live. I work every day. What do I have going for me? What is it that I have that makes life worth living? The fact that I could just spend a couple hours every evening watching some shitty TV show? Or playing some game? Fighting with people on Twitter? Like, no, the system that we live in was not designed for us to survive in. It was designed to extract from us, we the people, we the working class. And lastly, revolutionary optimism is a deliberate effort to keep your creativity, your curiosity, and your hope alive in a world that wants to take it from you. Now, do you have any questions about revolutionary optimism? Do you have any questions about what it is? Do you have any critiques of this viewpoint? I'm open for discussion. What are your thoughts on this concept? What are your thoughts on this concept, and how might opening up to this perspective benefit your life, or your relationships, or your community? Sounds punk rock. Hell yeah, brother. The thing about being punk is that it exists across genres. Punk rock is merely one of the genres, and so if punk rock isn't really your speed, maybe perhaps pursue one of the other avenues of punk. Punk is just about being anti-establishment. That can be something that exists in any avenue of your life. Does that make me a punk psychologist? I guess so. But I feel like it sounds kind of cringe when I say it. So I won't say it ever again. It feels like to be revolutionary optimistic, you kind of have to be a little delusional because the world will remind you of its hellishness. You have to look at trash in order to pick trash up. What's delusional is just pretending like the trash has to be there. I can't clean up the mess. I just need to not think about the mess. I just need to avoid the mess. And so looking at the mess and seeing where all of the flaws are, seeing what damage is being done, seeing what needs to change, that's not delusional, that's being realistic. What's delusional is feeling like nothing can be done about this. What's delusional is thinking this is just the way it's always supposed to be or the way it's always gonna be. It's delusional to think that things can't get better. What does it mean when you keep avoiding things you need to do, but instead you keep focusing on escaping through video games? What that means is that you are doing your best to cope in a system that is doing all that it can to break you down. You are doing your best to survive. We don't need to over-examine it. We don't need to assume that this is some sort of personal flaw. We don't need to assume that I only do this because I have ADHD or I have depression or I have anxiety or whatever it is. It's okay to recognize that I am doing my best to survive this world that I was dropped into, that I am responsible for making better. Because if anyone's going to fix it, it's going to be us. It's kind of the opposite of learned helplessness. You know? I really like that. That's a really nice way of looking at it. This is the opposite of learned helplessness. Damn, that just did more for me than 2 years of therapy. Can somebody gift this person a sub? They've earned it. What a lot of therapists will struggle with is that they cannot do anything to explain away systemic issues. A lot of therapists will work with people and they'll get to this point in their therapy where it's just like, hey, yeah, doc, I'm depressed or I'm anxious. It's like, well, what are you anxious about? It's like, well, I'm anxious because I have to work 60 hours a week and I'm living paycheck to paycheck. I'm terrified that if something happens, I'm going to lose everything. It's like, what the fuck can you do about that as a therapist? Like, well, let's go over some breathing exercises. Let's talk about some ways that you can maybe regulate your nervous system. Have you been taking time for good self-care? Have you been hanging out with your friends? Have you been going outside and spending time in nature? It's like, I can only spend so much time in nature. A lot of people will go to therapy to fix the problems that capitalism has created, and therapy is the solution that capitalism provides you. They make you feel like it's a personal failing. They make you feel like this is your fault. This is something that you did. You're the reason why you're depressed. You're the reason why you're depressed because you have a default, like a faulty brain, and it doesn't produce the right chemicals. You've got a chemical imbalance. It's like, motherfucker, I have a chemical imbalance because I'm depressed. My brain works just fine. Is it okay to ask a therapist if they're a leftist and to drop them if they aren't when you first see them? What I would suggest is, to ask them if they're okay with talking about political philosophy, or just, I would approach it in such a way where I'm like, are you okay with talking about systemic issues? Are you okay with talking about societal pressures that contribute to our well-being? Because they're probably more likely to be like, yeah, sure. Now, by and large, most therapists tend to be progressive already. Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed that of all of the people out there who, go to school and work this job where you're meant to be this like caring, compassionate professional, who would have guessed that an overwhelming majority of them are progressive? Not all of them, though. Some of them are actually rather more conservative because everybody needs therapy. Even conservatives need therapy. Everybody needs therapy. But some people, they take it more of a like, well, you're dealing with this problem in life, and that's just because you just need to have more faith in God. You need to have more faith that this is just what is meant for you at this moment, and, lean on your community and we'll be able to see it through. So, which for some people is helpful, but it's definitely not for everybody. I just got done with my psych appointment, and my question is to come up with a list of questions to ask a therapist. Ooh. Nice, that sounds fun. From your description, I already have revolutionary optimism about politics, but not about my own life. Well then see, all we need to do is bridge that gap. You've already got the hardware in place, it's just installed on the wrong drive. We just need to transfer. We just need to link those systems up, partner. That's all it is. Because what you're doing is you're creating a personal exemption. You are creating a personal exemption. Not me, though. I believe in all of these things for everybody else and for the world at large, but not for me. Me, well, I deserve to suffer. It seems like the disconnect is that a lot of online leftists use revolutionary optimism to emotionally blackmail you into agreeing with them. There's a difference between better things are possible and this specific strategy for achieving better things isn't stupid. Oh yeah, I don't think that I would be the type to do that sort of thing. If you have heard it utilized in that context, I'd be happy to talk about it, because believe me, as somebody who spends time in leftist spaces, I have some opinions on some of the people I've met. And so, I'm happy to discuss these concepts. I just want to say that the barrier for entry is low when it comes into leftism. The barrier for entry is very low. It's like, hey, do you believe that all people should be treated equally? Yeah, sure. Well, welcome to the left. So you deal with a lot of people who have a good heart, but they might lack structure. And so They might not have the emotional intelligence. They might not have the social skills. They might not have the education or the framing or the wisdom. Their heart's in the right place, but they're still immature in other ways. Someone I went to college with is a religious therapist. He really loved the Bible. The what? The Highlander left. Yeah, you run into all sorts of interesting people when you spend time in leftist spaces. The ones that I would encourage you to be mindful of are the poly-vegan anarcho-communists. They can be a little goofy. You think I'm joking? I've met some, the poly-vegan anarcho-communists. And I'm not saying that they're all bad, I'm just saying that it's an extreme niche within the left, the poly-vegan anarcho-communists. Goofy how? Well, they want things to get better, but they don't really have a good plan on how to make that happen. It's very vibes based, and it's not very, like, policy based. You know what I mean? And there's nothing wrong with being vibes-based, so long as you recognize that that is what you are. But sometimes you will see people who are primarily vibes-based, who understand things at a surface level, apply themselves as if they were an expert on the topic, and all I'm trying to say is that's something that you see sometimes in leftist spaces. People whose heart is in the right place, but they don't have a realistic interpretation of how we make that happen. Like, it's easy to say the world should be better. It's easy to say everybody should have food, everybody should have a house, everybody should be able to go to school. Okay, but how do we make that happen? Now, don't get me wrong, I have friends who are poly-vegan anarcho-communists, okay? I have friends that fall into that category. I am a well-traveled man. I've met people from all walks of life. So I'm not here to badmouth them, I'm just here to say that I'm not sure what exactly I'm trying to say. Give me time to think about it. What is poly-vegan? No, it's poly as in polyamorous. Polyamorous, vegan, anarchist, communist. So I have coined the term. As far as I'm concerned, I don't know if anybody else has coined the term yet. Poly-vegan anarcho-communism. It's a lot to throw at the wall. I know a few of them. And they're very sweet people. They're very... Their heart is definitely in the right place. But what I feel is, you know, if we're going to win the revolution, we need somebody with a little bit more grit. We need somebody who's, you know, a little bit more grounded, a little bit more structured with their policy ideas. Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm just having fun here. I'm not trying to. I'm just having fun here. All right. I'm just having fun. I've spent a lot of time in leftist spaces, and I've met a lot of interesting people, and that's, you know, I've made some good friends. So I'm just having fun. I see all of the different walks of life that people will go down, and I can just, you know, I find it fun. Those poly-vegan anarcho-communists are the first to join the fight and do community work. No, you see, I agree. I agree. It's just, I was saying it's just the ones that I've met, because a lot of them, you know, they're like Twitch people. And a lot of the Twitch side of things can be, you know, it can sometimes be a little performative, you know? You know, they're not really out there doing the work, they're just sitting here talking about doing the work. Like me. I'm just kidding. I'm doing work right now. This is work for me. This is me doing my part. It sounds to me like terminally online people without practical experience organizing or engaging face-to-face with people who, yeah. Anyway, I will be not talking shit from this point forward. I have nothing bad to say about anyone at this time. At least as far as the left is concerned. Solidarity is my number one focus. As long as you're rootin' and tootin'. And oh boy, am I rootin' and tootin'. I think it's just my Midwestern sensibilities, okay? I think that's all it is. You know, I'm a Midwestern man, and when I go out and I hang out in California with poly-vegan anarcho-communists, I'm just like, interesting. I wonder if these people would know how to, like, build a structure. I wonder if these people would know how to, like, raise chickens. I wonder if these people would know how to, like, organize, you know what I mean? I'm like, I'm just sussy, alright? I'm just always sussing people out. I'm just always trying to make sure that people live up to what their words are saying. I'm always trying to suss out the phonies. Anyway, back to the topic at hand. Thoughts? World is Bad said, I also have a problem with being optimistic out of spite. If I'm going to believe something, I want it to be true. Well, the thing about your brain, though, is that your brain doesn't care. Your brain actually can't tell the difference. It's like, what is true? As far as your brain is concerned, it's just whatever's been repeated the most. And so if we're going to insist on only participating in absolute truth, we're going to be left pretty hungry. That's not going to give our mind much to cling to. I can farm, believe it or not. Hell yeah. These skills will make very good use of when commune is started. My apologies if I have offended any poly-vegan anarcho-communists in what I have said today. You know I love you, so... Let's get back to optimism. Let's talk about optimism as a form of protest, because that's how I see it. I see it as a form of protest. We live in a system that wants to strip you of that optimism. Let's take a closer look on how exactly optimism can serve as a form of protest. Are you going to use a rejection of absolute truth as an excuse to believe things with no regard to evidence? But see, here's the thing. Good things have happened, though. And so what do you mean, no evidence? The only thing that I'm asking is for you to believe that good things are possible and good things have happened, so there is evidence. Where is the lack of evidence? Are you thinking of a specific example of having hope, like one specific avenue of hope? Like, not every avenue of hope is going to pay off. Some avenues of hope will inevitably end in disappointment, but should that stop you from hoping? What I mean is the argument that you should believe X out of spite because they don't want you to. Alright, well then. What would you like me to say? Do you agree that there are systemic societal forces that want you to feel hopeless? Do we agree on that, or is that something that we don't see eye to eye on? It's something I run into a lot. People tell you to believe out of spite, but they don't tell you why the thing they want you to believe is true. Well, the thing that I want you to believe is that things can get better, and the way that I know that that is true is because it has happened before. So, does that work? Are we in agreement that good things have happened? All right. Let's talk about hope real quick. Hope provides you an opportunity to interrupt your cycles. You might be caught in these cycles of resignation and passivity. You know, feeling like you want to give up, feeling like you want to just do nothing or that you can't do anything about it. By practicing hope, you are, in a way, protesting against your own self-defeating beliefs. Those internalized pressures, those ways in which you've been made to feel as if I am the problem. So hope offers you something different. It offers new avenues. When a person believes in the possibility of change, it increases their likelihood of taking action. So having belief creates momentum. It actually gets things done. People who lack in belief, people who don't believe in the possibility of change, they don't do anything. Why would they? They don't believe that things are possible. This includes organizing efforts, community mutual aid, voting, volunteering, offering support, even if it's just from friend to friend, on a peer-to-peer basis, helping out your neighbor with a project. If you have a neighbor who's working on a project and you believe that they could get that project done, you would be more likely to help them on that project than if you feel like this project isn't going to go anywhere. You know, if they're trying to build a shed, sure, yeah, a shed's doable. But if they're trying to build a rocket ship, you're like, I don't know about that one. Especially since you're building it out of plywood and PVC pipe. Optimism can help you to challenge the belief that suffering is unavoidable and that nothing can ever get better, which is a pit that we sometimes fall into. I've been in it. You might have been in it too. You've ever been in that pit? It's not a fun pit. Have you been in the pit? You might have seen my name in there. I etched my name into the side of the pit while I was down there. It's that pit that has you feeling as if suffering is unavoidable, nothing can ever get better, life is pain, nobody's suffered more than me, nobody's more untreatable than me, nobody's known depression like I do. The biggest, most beautiful depression that ever was. People used to come around all the time and say, I can't believe it, look how depressed he is, he's doing it like no one's ever done it before. Optimism is also what helps you to sustain your momentum through difficult or slow periods, because anybody who's ever made a healing journey will tell you that it is non-linear. There are sometimes ups, there are sometimes downs, there are sometimes plateaus, sometimes not much gets done, sometimes you take a step backwards, but optimism, hope, this is what helps you to sustain momentum when times get tough or when things slow down. Because if at the first sign of things taking a dip, we lose hope, then the dip's just gonna... So optimism is what helps you to power through and to make it out on the other side of the dip. It's kind of like driving over a pothole, where if you drive over it too slowly, you do more damage to your car because you actually like sink down into it. But if you go over it at a higher speed, you kind of just like coast over it. You know what I mean? And lastly, maintaining your hope helps to prevent these oppressive systems from claiming your sense of agency. We talked about it a little bit the other day. I'll go ahead and remind you, if you haven't heard of this term before, a sense of agency. That is your belief in yourself, your belief in your ability to affect your life and to make changes and to be the one in charge of your circumstance. You know, if you're in a bad situation, it's what gets you out of that situation and into a better situation. It helps you to reclaim that aspect of yourself. Any questions on this? We good so far? A nice way to visualize getting out of depression is internalizing that so many other people have experienced it. It is inherently a shared struggle. It's our struggle, comrade. It's no longer your depression or my depression. It is our depression, comrade. Now come, let us go to the sauna, and I will smack you with the branches of a birch tree. Because that's what they do in Russia. They have these branches that they from the tree, and they smack each other with them in the sauna. It's like a To get the blood flowing, I don't know. I didn't know it was a thing. I have a Russian friend. They told me about it. They're like, this is what you need. You need a sauna and one of these things. And I'm like, what is that? That's a bundle of, like, what is that? It's a bunch of branches. It's a bunch of sticks. It's called a Vasta in Finnish. Okay, see, I'm glad somebody knows what I'm talking about. One of these things. Yeah, you like give yourself like a little massage after the sauna. Bundle of twigs. It's a very Finnish thing as well. Oh yeah, all of the places where like saunas are popular. That's why I want to build a sauna in the backyard. I want to build a sauna so I can just go out there and sit in the steam in the winter. It sounds nice. And I need to make sure I have a fresh supply of sticks to flagellate myself with. Not after, but in the sauna? Oh yeah. Alright. Let's continue. I want to talk a little bit more about how we can reframe this sense of personal responsibility that we build up. Because I believe that we have been socially conditioned to individually bear the responsibility for fixing our own problems. You know, if I'm struggling, that's a me problem and I need to work on it and I need to do better and you know what I mean? It's like, especially in Western cultures where they're heavily individualistic. And so here are some friendly reminders for you. You do not need to solve everything alone. Simple as that. A reminder that meaningful change often comes from small, steady actions rather than from dramatic gestures. And so if you're looking for positive change in your community, that comes from small, steady actions. You build something up together. Personal development, you know, working on yourself, such as setting better boundaries, building up your resilience, whatever that might be, it helps to contribute to the collective well-being as well. Helping yourself helps others as well. And so, if you ever look at yourself and you're like, oh man, I'm so messed up, I've got all these problems I need to work on, it's like, but I don't deserve it, I don't deserve that hard work, I don't deserve to feel better, then don't do it for you, do it for everybody else. Because you working on you doesn't just help you, it helps all of us. So do it for us, comrade. Be very nice, yes. Solidarity forever. To be honest, I don't know how to count on people without falling into my patterns of codependency, so I just tend to keep it to myself and lower the stakes. Lower the stakes when it comes to counting on people. You know, just instead of, you know, entrusting you with this like private, intimate detail about myself or this crisis I'm going through, or the, you know, instead of relying for you know, for this like high level of emotional support, trust people to do small stuff. You're like, hey, would you grab me a drink out of the fridge? Hey, would you give me a glass of water? Practice counting on people in small ways, And that will help you to recognize the ways in which you count on people every day. You count on the people who work at the power plant to keep your lights on. You trust the people. You count on the people who work at the water processing plant to make sure that you have drinkable water. You know, there's so much going on, and there's so much trust that you have in so many people, but you're not wired to look at it that way because it's kind of just a given. It's just part of the background noise. And so what you'll recognize is that you count on people all the time. You're doing it right now. You just might not see it that way because it's just a part of your daily life, and it's just not something that you've ever had to really think about. And so let's try it. Just think about everybody that you're counting on right now. You are counting on the people who harvested the materials that helped to build the residence that you're in. You are counting on the power plant people, the people who make electricity. They're all working very hard right now, running on little treadmills to power all of our homes. It's remarkable. You're counting on the farmers and the people who work in the grocery stores to keep you fed. You are putting a lot of faith in humans right now. But I think what really sticks with us is we've had people in our lives that we've really opened up to emotionally, and we've talked about some really deep stuff, some deep, really painful stuff, and maybe they didn't know how to handle it, or maybe they handled it incorrectly, and so now it's hard for us to put trust in people again. But there are many, many different ways to have trust in people outside of just emotional involvement. Now that is important, and I hope that you are able to find it. You know, sometimes we put trust in the wrong people, but I don't think that that should stop you from putting trust in people. We're all putting a lot of trust in a lot of people right now. Whenever we work together as a group, our growth is able to amplify. Individual efforts are able to combine into shared progress. We're able to get a lot more done when we work together. So let's talk about reigniting hope. Hopefully, you see what I did there? Hopefully, you're feeling a little something. Maybe it's a little tingle. Maybe it's like a familiar scent on the wind. What was that smell? Was that hope? Was that hope in the air? Maybe you feel a little tingle at the base of your spine, or right there in your brain stem. Have any advice on a broken heart? Sure. Yeah. You came in at a good time. We're about to talk about how to reignite hope. Recently lost the most amazing woman in my life that made me feel loved for the first time in a very long time, and I have kind of fallen into a depression that I do not believe is possible to get out of. It is possible to get out of it, though. Why would it not be? Why would it not be? It will get better. It might not be easy, and it might take time, but it will get better. Right now, you're in a regrowth period. I had this relationship, and it was so wonderful, and I felt so loved, but it didn't work. It didn't last. Why? What about that can I change? Is there anything I need to work on within myself? Is there anything that I need to change within my life so that the next time around it goes better? You're in a rebuilding phase. It's an opportunity. When you're down there at the bottom, it gives you a chance to build back up from the bottom. So don't give up. Don't lose hope. It'll be all right. So let's talk about how to reignite hope. First up, sometimes we feel really hopeless because the problems that we're dealing with feel too big. If your problems feel too big, we simply need to break them down into smaller steps. If we can break our problems down into smaller steps, it helps us to rebuild our sense of impact, our sense of efficacy, our belief in ourselves, our sense of agency. It also helps to create momentum, which is really important. Because momentum is what keeps you going even when you're running low on gas. You can also reignite hope by connecting with community movements that acknowledge the challenges that exist while still believing in potential change. In other words, allow hope to inspire hope. Seeing the hope of others can help to inspire hope within us. So spend time with other hopeful people. Spend time with other people who are driven and participating and working to make the world a better place. I feel like I've lost all the color in my life. Everything feels heavy, and I feel like I see ghosts everywhere I go, and I apologize for asking you. Well, you're new here, so I just want to let you know. We have a no apologies policy. You're allowed to ask these questions. Whenever you apologize, you get a bonk. It's an apology-free zone, my friend. It really hurts right now. What I would encourage you to do is just feel what you're feeling. That is the way that you will heal it. You have to feel it to heal it. So don't drown it in alcohol. Don't drown in distractions. Do what you need to do to get through it. Allow yourself to feel how you feel. Allow yourself to grieve. And then once the grieving is done, you will be in your rebuilding time. It'll be time to start building back up. But as far as right now, you need to feel it to heal it. A lot of people in this position, they turn to stuff like drugs and alcohol and video games and just ways to escape. But that's not going to do anything to help you heal. Now, I'm not saying that taking some time to just not think about it is the worst thing in the world, because you do still deserve to have breaks. And so just take it moment by moment. If you feel those feelings build up within you, confront them, allow them in, see where they take you. That's a hard one to learn. It is difficult, but in my experience, it's always the hardest in the beginning. It only ever gets easier. And so if you're able to do it one time, you can do it all the times you ever need to, because that first time is always going to be the most difficult. Heck yeah, finishing up the process of going no contact with the family, returning familial objects in a week, and yeah, work through the feelings, figure out the logic behind it, and do the thing you need to do. You know, sometimes you gotta step away. Sometimes you gotta recognize, like, I can't have these people in my life and focus on my healing. I just can't. It's just too much. It's just, I need space to live. I need space to breathe. I need space to work. Now, going no contact, it doesn't always need to be permanent. Sometimes you're able to take that time away and work on yourself and then come back to the situation much more well-equipped to navigate it. You'll have a much more developed understanding and you'll have a more emotional awareness and intelligence. And so sometimes what you'll see people do is they'll take the time they need, they'll go no contact. Some people, it's indefinitely. I'm not going to say that everybody deserves to be recontacted with, so don't take it that way. But anyway, sometimes you just need some time away to do the work that you need to do. Anyway, back to this one. All right. If you're looking to reignite your sense of hope, what I would highly encourage you to do is to reduce your exposure to content that is designed to provoke fear, hopelessness, or outrage without offering any solutions. It's also important to note that this content exists on all sides. I have seen people in progressive spaces also act this way. It's all fear and hopelessness and outrage, but no actual solutions. And so just be mindful of that. If I'm going to spend time in these spaces talking about these things, I would also like to see them talking about solutions as well. Because otherwise, all I'm doing is inundating myself in hopelessness. Not going back, but that's okay. The way that I look at it, not to derail too much, I'm kind of bouncing between topics right now, but I do just want to speak on that one real quick. When it comes to going no contact with a family, it's okay to go into it with the belief that this will be permanent. We will never talk again, like this is it for us. Because for a lot of people, that's what it takes to even do it in the first place. Like, if there was an opportunity in your mind for things to get better, like you've probably already tried it several times and it didn't get you anywhere. So you feel like I've done everything I can, I've tried all I can try, and I just can't take this anymore, and I have to just cut you loose, you know? Now, what you might come to find, though, is that in 5 years, in 10 years, things might look differently for you. You might think of things differently since you've had some time away from the situation. And so, I understand why permanency can be important, but I would also encourage people to not insist on permanency unless absolutely necessary. You know what I mean? I feel like there are certain situations that would warrant permanency. You know, this person was like highly abusive, like physically abusive, sexually abusive, like just absolutely like nightmarish. Like, yes, please, for your safety, never talk to this person again. But in some situations, the permanency might not be as necessary. You know, like maybe they were struggling with addiction, maybe they were struggling with poverty, maybe they were dealing with their own trauma, and that's why the abuse happened. And so time can afford you context, and maybe you're able to, you know, reconnect with them as an adult and talk about their trauma and talk about your trauma and come to a mutual understanding of one another. Well, also if they dehumanize you, exactly. Like, if you're not able to sit down and have an adult conversation with your parents as an adult, then you're not really going to get very far with them. If they're just going to treat you or dismiss you, you know, like treat you like a child or dismiss you or whatever, it's like, Anyway. I just say that because I feel like we can sometimes be so definitive and we can feel like things must be the way they are forever. And, you know, we hold on to those hurt feelings for a very long time sometimes. I guess the way that I look at it is like, if I was able to grow and heal, like maybe I could help them do it too, and I could understand, like I can imagine circumstances in which that would be achievable, but I also am realistic in understanding that not everybody can say that. Not everybody is like willing to let all of those things go. And I'm not asking you to. Just a nice reminder that the same solution doesn't work for everybody. Find a solution that works for you. Whole family has been doing mental health for decades. We'll save that topic for another day because that's a whole can of worms that I just don't want to get into right now. The way that some people will have an understanding of mental health and then use it as a tool to be manipulative. Like, don't want to go down that rabbit hole right now, partner. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole right now, partner, but I'll just say if they've been working on mental health for decades and they're still struggling, then maybe they need a different perspective. Maybe they need a little bit of something else. Okay. We're getting through this presentation. I apologize for the distractions. We've just had some interesting chat that I've wanted to respond to. Let's continue. This one is all about recognizing those W's. We want to notice and celebrate the small improvements in your life or in your community, because it's okay to celebrate a win, even a small one. Sorry? Nope. No sorry. No sorry. That's the rule. Chat, you got any W's for me? You got any W's for me? I'm hungry for a W. You got any W's? Did you bring enough to feed the whole class? I texted 2 friends today with much glee that I stood in the southeast corner of my master bedroom. Hell yeah. That's a W. You are setting up a boundary for yourself. That's a W. Another important way that we can inspire hope is by finding inspiration in others. There are many stories out there of people and movements who have been able to overcome overwhelming obstacles. But you don't hear enough about those types of stories. Our media really likes to focus on the conflict and the chaos and the confusion, right? You don't normally hear much about the inspiring stories that have happened unless you're, listening to some like NPR special. Your doctor's office set up an impromptu video visit for you. That's a W. People in Gaza being able to find some joy in their days is very inspiring. Incredibly inspiring. These people are literally having bombs dropped on them, and they're still able to go out and entertain the children, and they're playing games, and they're having meals together, and they're still living even though there is this overwhelming fear of death. Inspiring. And lastly, be sure to take time to engage in activities that can help you to restore your energy. This could mean taking good time for rest, taking time to do something creative, engaging in connection with other people, spending time in nature. And so, building up, reigniting your hope, it's not just about the feeling, it's also about taking good care of yourself and attending to your needs and making sure that you're able to have that energy that you need. Joy is revolutionary. See, you get it. You've got it the whole time. You had it the whole time. Here are some examples of revolutionary optimism in action. These are just going to be generalized examples. I didn't want to do anything specific because these are all small, tangible things that you can find in communities worldwide, such as mutual aid groups that help to redistribute resources during difficult times. Neighbors helping each other get groceries, or doing community meals, or coming together to raise funds for someone's medical bills or the expenses related to home repairs. It also exists in all of the local organizers who help to transform neglected neighborhoods by applying consistent effort. It lives in the heart of activists who dedicate decades to long-term struggles even without guaranteed results. And it exists in the hearts of everyday people who continue to show compassion and support in spite of past disappointments. Revolutionary optimism isn't just an idea, it isn't just a concept, it's something that exists. And it's happening right now, all over the place. And if you feel like this is impossible for you, then all you have to do is reach out and find it, and you will know it. It will be there. Revolution was the joy we made along the way. The real revolution was the friends we made along the way. We don't have to be abused by our communities. How very revolutionary a thought. It really breaks my heart to see how many people have been forced to be afraid of the people within their community. How many people are afraid of their neighbors or the people that live around them? And so much of that is derived from the systemic pressures, the wealth inequality, the lack of access, the lack of connection. When we work together, we get more done. Our collective hope can multiply the effect. Let's take a quick look at how hope can be contagious. Hope is something that can spread socially. You can inspire hope in others by demonstrating hope with your actions. When people see others believing in a better future, it helps them to believe in a better future too. When you see people standing up and taking action and doing something, it makes you feel it as well. When we share in optimism, it strengthens our solidarity. And it helps to reduce that tendency to isolate. Something that we're really trying to push back against. Something that we're really trying to do something about. That tendency to isolate. I'm right there with you on that one, alright? I'm with you. You caught me with my hands up on that one. You got me. When a community is built on hope, it is more resilient and it is harder to manipulate or divide. And so you can see, as hope arises within the individual members, and then as they come together and start working together, they create something that's bigger than the sum of the parts. It becomes this living, breathing thing that is stronger, more resilient, and harder to destroy than any individual. Kinda cool. And when we are connected to a shared purpose, even those small victories can feel meaningful. You know, you're trying to clean up your community, even one small bag of trash, that's a step in the right direction, that's progress. Let's bring it on home. When we choose optimism, we are not in denial of reality. What we are doing is we are making a commitment to shaping reality with intention. Despair asks nothing from us, while hope requires courage and clarity and persistence. By choosing hope, you hold on to your agency, your imagination, and your future. Hope becomes a strategy, a source of endurance, and a form of rebellion. All right, chat. It's okay to have hope. Solidarity forever, my friends. Chat, this has been Revolutionary Optimism. I hope you have enjoyed this presentation. Hope you have enjoyed this presentation. Hope you got something out of it. If you've enjoyed it and you'd like a copy, you can type !slides in the chat. You can get a copy for yourself. You could show it to a friend. Thank you, I did enjoy this one. So there are ones that you didn't enjoy. I've reached a point of recovery that I now volunteer with 2 local food pantries, and I gotta say, a great place to look around and have positive thoughts. Hell yeah, brother. It's also a good way to make friends. Like, can you imagine? Like, let's just think about this. Let's think about this, like, logically. You know, like, If you're out there in the market for making friends, what sort of qualities are you looking for in a friend? Do you want a friend who is compassionate and dependable and kind? Those are good qualities to have in a friend. Meeting people at volunteering opportunities, that's a great recruitment pool for potential friends. You've already filtered out a great deal of negative qualities about this person. That was cynical of you. Yep. I need to reignite my hope. It was just that you said you liked this one, and I interpreted that as there are some that you did not like. I'm joking, but you can, like, that's how anxiety works, isn't it? Doesn't anxiety work that way, where it's just like, okay, but you said you liked this one, so that to me means that there were some that you did not like. Like, no, take it at face value. If somebody says, I liked this presentation, all that means is, I liked this presentation. That's it. Thank you, this was awesome. You are welcome. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Got an anonymous axolotl, an anonymous pumpkin. Anxiety says I can't do anything. Well, that's because that's not what anxiety's job is. Anxiety's job is not to make you believe that you can do anything. The only thing anxiety is good at is figuring out what could happen so that I can, be aware of the potential dangers that exist. It's the other parts of me that handle that feeling and figure out what to do about it. The way that I think about anxiety is I think about it as a kind of like internal radar system. It's always scanning the environment and trying to pick up on threats. However, it can sometimes be a little bit too finely tuned. Maybe those little blips on the radar, maybe they're not enemy ships, maybe they're just something else. Self-Compassion, the Proven Power of Being Kind to Yourself by Kristen Neff. Is that Will Neff's mom? Is that Mrs. Neff? Again with the jokes. Hey, I made it through the presentation. I get to make jokes now. Comedy is once again legal in the brain domain. Is fart comedy legal? That's the best type of comedy. I stumbled on this random YouTube channel. I don't know what it was. It was just some random algorithm poll that I got on YouTube. And it was this guy who has like pretty small channel, not a whole lot of subscribers, but his whole thing was just like gross out humor. He was just joking about like pooping his pants. And he would just like burp and fart and stuff. And I was just like, wow, yeah, that's a thing. Surprised I haven't seen more of it sooner. But he was really committed to it. Anyway, his name was Mudbutt Jones, if you want to look him up on YouTube. Mudbutt Jones. He makes a lot of videos about, or he talks about pooping his pants, and he'll fart and burp. So if that's something that you're looking for, I got you covered. I can make jokes here. You're allowed to make jokes here. The only rule is that I have to find them funny. So, see, I'm joking. I'm joking about your joking. It's just all jokes now. Does he also teach class dynamics? Nah, that's more my thing. Anyway, I hope you've enjoyed this presentation. Do we have any questions about it? Do we have any lingering confusions? Does it all make sense now? Are we feeling pretty good? Have I won you over to the cause? That was my ultimate goal. I was trying to recruit you. I was trying to win you over to the side of revolutionary optimism. So hopefully my indoctrination efforts have worked. Have you contracted the woke mind virus? It's all up in this presentation. This presentation's full of it. This presentation is contaminated with the woke mind virus. Thank me. Thank you. But no, it was my pleasure. Always happy to talk about this type of stuff, you know, always happy to talk about it. I just feel like, you know, as far as public education goes about concepts like this, you don't really get a lot of it. And so I'm trying to provide something that I feel like people need. So if something about this resonated with you, I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you supporting it. So thank you. If what we've talked about today has inspired you in any way, you know, feel free to download a copy of the presentation. Feel free to show it to somebody in your life if you feel up for it. You know, the growth of this community largely lives in word of mouth, so I appreciate you getting out there and talking to people about what we do here. So, thank you. Thank you for being a part of this community. Thank you for helping us grow. Now I'll be looking up Mudbutt Jones, all one word on YouTube, Mudbutt Jones. I don't know what it, like every once in a while I'll get these algorithm pulls where I'll get some random YouTube channel where they have like just a small handful of subscribers. I got this one guy, it was like some teenager and he was like dressing like a greaser. He had like a leather jacket and he had the slicked back hair and he was just all of his his videos was like, here's what it means to be a greaser. And he was just like, number 1, you gotta be cool. It was just, the amount of cringe in it was just too much. I had to avert my eye. The thing is, he said 5 things about being a greaser, but then he only ended up listing like 4 things. He left off at number 4. I was like, damn. Now I'll never know how to be a greaser. Anyway, whenever I saw that YouTube channel, it just made me really grateful that I wasn't able to make a cringy YouTube channel when I was younger. Oh, this is the guy, Mudbutt Jones. I don't know, you might get a kick out of him. I don't know. He's
We poop in water. You poop in sand.
Yep, it's all poop jokes. All poop jokes. You could be grateful about that. I am grateful that I did not grow up with TikTok being a thing. I am so grateful that all of my awkward, cringy teenage moments have been expunged from the internet. I cannot tell you how blessed I feel. VODs on YouTube and Twitch. The VODs are also on YouTube. I'll show you how to get there. You gotta go to my channel, right? The Brain Domain on Twitch. Bada bing, bada boom. And then you gotta go to live. And they're all posted right here. So I got all my VODs here. Got a question. Let's take a look. Is there a solid resource anyone knows of that documents all of the ways that the Mom Dottie campaign worked? And like operating philosophies for the campaign? I really feel like his speeches that incorporate specific policy change into a similar sense of revolutionary hope. You know? If you can find one, I'd be interested because it was a very impressive campaign. Although I feel like, you know, a lot of what worked about this campaign was just like the realness of it. You know what I mean? Like politicians these days just feel so fake. They feel so unhuman. They just feel like this homunculus, this caricature of a person. And they just keep telling you like, change is coming. We need to just vote blue no matter who. And it's like people are so over that nonsense of just like nothing ever happening. And so when you see a candidate who's charismatic, who's well-spoken, who can offer tangible things of policy and like, these are the things I'm going to provide you, like people resonate with that. People want to see actual change and things happen. Just comparatively, like look at what the Democrats did in the last presidential election. What sort of things were we getting offered there? Tax credits for small business owners? Like, I don't have to explain this to you, but people who are looking to open a small business are already doing pretty well financially. Like if you have the excess time and resource to start a small business, you're already doing okay. And that's a small percentage of the population. And so nothing was being offered for the working class. Nothing was being offered for the people struggling the most. The only thing that they were going off of is, hey, you can get some tax credits. If you're going to buy a house, we'll give you a credit or something. And we'll also have the most lethal military in the world. Every time Kamala Harris said most lethal military, the cringe that I felt was palpable. Every time she said it, I'm just like, why do you keep saying that? Why do you keep saying that we're gonna have the most lethal military? Like, there's literally just, oh my god. Like, there are literally people being blown up right now. Why are you talking about this? Anyway, So it's just nice to see a candidate offer something tangible, something that can impact people's lives in a meaningful way. And let's see where it goes. Hopefully it works out. Now, of course, the most frustrating thing is that the people who are anti-Mom Donnie are going to do every single thing they can to sabotage his plans, which is frustrating in another way, but, you know, or like having to deal with the NYPD. They're all going to get blue flu and they're all going to like start, you know, they're going to do some shit and be like, see, it's chaos in the city, you know, and they're going to blame him for it when it's all just a coordinated establishment attempt. New York is slaying right now. I think New York is gonna go places. I think this whole New York experiment is gonna work out. But no, it's a big deal because it also inspires more people to adopt the mantle of democratic socialism, and it also encourages other people to, you know, run as a democratic socialist for positions in their community, like city council or, you know. Oh yeah. Hell yeah. I really like New York City. I've been there a few times. I like it more than LA because LA is kind of just like one giant like sprawl and it all smells like pee. But New York I like. The way that I've heard it described is Los Angeles is a shitty paradise, and New York is an enjoyable hell. New York smells like pee too. Well, hopefully Mom Donnie's able to do something about it. Because I'm tired of big American cities smelling like pee. I don't know about you, but I'm tired of American cities smelling like pee. Every time I go to a big city, I'm just like, oh yep, there it is, the stale scent of human urine. Yep, yeah, oh. No. I've had it happen in red states. I've had it happen in blue states. I'm tired of smelling human piss. All right? Need more pea catchers. Yeah, we need more pea catchers. We need people who walk around with like little bags on the end of sticks and be like, oh, they catch people peeing and they get the bag under there to like catch the pee. Yeah. We need pea catchers. It'll help to keep people employed. It creates jobs. Hell, even like, I don't know, anybody who's ever been to a big city in the United States knows that it is a nightmare to find a public restroom. And it's like, no wonder that the place smells like piss everywhere. You're not giving anyone anywhere to piss. either gotta buy something, or I gotta get a code from the employee. Anyway, if I were to run for mayor of a big city, that's the platform that I would run on. I would run on an anti-piss platform, and I know that that would really upset Sabi. But I think that I would have to run on an anti-piss platform. For too long have we been walking down these streets, being inundated by the stale reek of human urine. And so, my friends, it is time that we take this city back and we clean up these streets and we provide every bladder with a place to relieve itself. My policy. Imagine it's a lot of pet urine too, hard to pick that up. What these big cities need is they need pet patches where it's like turf, and then there's a drainage system underneath that can, you know, deal with the urine in an effective way. Like it could channel it straight into the sewer. Because in a big city, any patch of actual grass is going to get obliterated in a week. So I feel like having something more sustainable, like a patch of turf that has some sort of like filtration system where anything that goes down in it will eventually make its way to the sewer. And then you just, yeah. I'm also in support of actual green spaces, you know, parks and such. Hell, being in downtown Chicago and walking a dog around is like there is nowhere for your dog to piss. I was out there with Penny. We were walking around downtown Chicago, and Penny had to take a shit in the middle of the sidewalk, and she was looking at me. She was just so embarrassed. She's just like, she was mortified that she had to shit on the concrete. You could tell. She was just like, what the fuck is wrong with this place? Where's all the grass? Because we walked around for blocks and she's just looking for grass everywhere, somewhere to relieve herself, and then finally she just can't take it anymore and she just has to shit right there on the sidewalk, and I felt bad for her. Yep, they heard me talking and they're supporting. Yep. Mm-hmm. Oh, they know. They know. Well. Gamers. That's gonna be it for me today. I'm gonna go make some dinner. I'm gonna go make some dinner. I'm gonna go take care of these dogs. I'd like to wish you farewell out on those dusty trails. Y'all stay safe out there. Have a good night. See you all next time. We'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow's movie night, by the way. So if you're not in the Discord already, we're gonna do movie night in the Discord tomorrow. Anyways, have a great night, everybody. I'll see you all next time, and don't forget, solidarity forever.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
When the union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the union makes us strong.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
It is we who plowed the prairies, built the cities where they trade, dug the mines and built the workshops, endless miles of railroad laid. Now we stand outcast and starving mid the wonders we have made, but the union makes us strong.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
They have taken untold millions that they never toiled to earn, but without our brain and muscle not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the union makes us strong.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
In our hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of atoms, magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the union makes us strong.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever.